From Castle Rexworth and the Rexworth Estates, I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth, and I welcome you to an impromptu Saturday stream. I didn't think I was going to be back here until next week, at the earliest. And then I get into work today and find out that no, the load that I am scheduled to deliver, the paperwork is not ready, the load itself isn't even ready and won't be ready until tomorrow, so I wasted a trip going over there. So yeah. Back here tonight, back home, sleeping in my own bed tonight, and spending time with all of you. Thank you all for joining me. Jade Peppermint, hello, hello. Brian McTire, welcome in. And Phalanx, lurking while working, 3 hours left. Well, welcome in. Hopefully those 3 hours just breeze by before you know it. Right. Let me see if this... Did I ever program these... An Anglo, welcome in. Good to see you. I'm wondering... Okay, it only works on Twitch, but... Yeah, I'll just copy and paste. Anyways, quick housekeeping. All links available on the website, lordrexworth.com. lordrexworth.com. Let's see. Make sure that you follow me over on X. x.com/Lord Rexworth, or just at Lord Rexworth if you're on x.com. We've also got a Discord. There's the link to it. Put this up over on YouTube as well. And then... Let's see, let's go to our stream manager. There's linked for the Castle Rexworth Discord. Yeah, I think that's all the housekeeping. Anyways, I've got tabs. I've got so many tabs. It is frightening, as the stream title alluded to. Still so much that we didn't get into last stream, mainly because we were talking about stuff with the Kitsura Nines and some other things. So, tabs for days, indeed. Tabs for days. So, you know what? Let's get into it. Let's look at the tabs. Let's do the news. Let's talk about things. Got so many things to talk about here. Let's see. Window capture. There we are. And let us go over to a couple of things you might have missed. If you're not following me over on X. Recent video up. Iron Mouse under attack by brain-rotted morons. Want to see the absolute worst of the internet? That's available over on the YouTube channel. Give that a watch, give it a like, leave a comment. Number 10 really does not want this video to make the rounds. I repeat, number 10 Downing Street in the United Kingdom. The office of Prime Minister Keir Starmer does not want this video of Prime Minister Keir Starmer stumbling over his own 2 feet to make the rounds. They don't want you to see how much of a clumsy little boy he is. And gosh, it would just be a bloody shame if this video just spread far and wide of the Prime Minister stumbling over his own 2 feet on what I believe is a perfectly flat surface as he goes to shake hands with and glad hand this tiny little group of people. I don't know who they are, what offices he's in. And he's like, hello, and whoops. Your poor CPU, I'll be praying for it. Thank you. Mine, I've got a fairly powerful PC. I've got a 4070 Ti graphics card. And I've got an Intel i7 CPU. Fairly state-of-the-art. It's only about 2 years old. Got it back in 23. So, you know, it's powerful enough. It can handle the load. Unlike the British Prime Minister that just can't seem to stop tripping over his own 2 feet. And then so insecure over it that he demands that media outlets and people on social media stop shedding this video. He doesn't want you to see this. He doesn't want you to see him stumbling over his own 2 feet as he goes to greet people at an office somewhere. He doesn't want you to see that right there. Oops. Even the cameraman ducked away. Not in time, though. Realizing, oh no, Keir, you fucked up, lad. He's causing a Streisand effect then. Oof, yeah? That's... He thinks he's got control over these things. He doesn't, and he's only making it worse. A more effective thing to do would be to just sort of laugh it off, shrug it off, just say, yeah, you know, it happens, we're human. I'm alright. Didn't twist my ankle or anything. Just a little oopsie. It happens. No biggie. And then we all just move on with the day. Oh, the House Republicans in America have passed a resolution condemning socialism. Christian Haynes tweeting out, in September, a leftist murdered one of the most prominent political operatives in cold blood. In October, we found out the future Democrat Attorney General of Virginia wanted to shoot the former GOP Speaker of the Virginia House and murder his 2 little children. November, multiple Democrat members of Congress called upon the military and intelligence agencies to bureaucratically nullify last year's election results by declaring the president's orders illegal. And the response from the Republicans in Washington to all of this is to pass a resolution declaring socialism bad. They're not serious people. Yeah, a one-off would be a no problem until you try to cover it up, indeed. And speaking of pathologically unserious people, we have this from the Daily Mail. Headline, assault victim convicted of a hate crime after she branded her attacker a... well, British term for the cigarette. In text messages, telling her friend how she'd been beaten up. British woman brutally assaulted. In the hospital, she texts her friend to vent and referred to the man who assaulted her as a British cigarette. And a friend ratted her out to the police for homophobia. So the victim of a hate crime, or the victim of an assault, has now been convicted of a hate crime. Because this is the absolute state of Britain. You're not serious people. My people are not serious people. As an American, I think this was performative. Actions mean more. Yes. The GOP, they're very good at performative. Asking them to actually deliver results, challenge impossible. Turning back to Britain, there's apparently a deal in place worth £500 million, £500 million, by the Daily Mail to buy the Daily Telegraph. So we've got legacy media outlets that were already crap that are now going to become more centralized legacy media outlets that are even more crap than before. Not that any of us even bother to read a newspaper anymore. When's the last time you ever read a newspaper? I haven't read one in years. I think it must have been at least 10 years ago. And that was the Wall Street Journal. Oh wait, yeah. I can believe that. I can believe that it's been that long. 2008 is about the last time that newspapers were even relevant to anyone. Bit of inspiration from Veli, a VTuber. Real talk, used to be terrified of rejection. I'd isolate, overthink, convince myself I wasn't good enough. That took away a lot of good lifetime opportunities from me. Isn't it the truth? We're so often our own worst enemies. Now, I ask strangers for bites of food, compliment people in the street, call friends randomly, sometimes hop into streams of group calls and end up with spontaneous collabs. I do shit that used to scare me just because I know I can. You realize you're just a grain of sand in a land of it and none of it matters that much. Take the risk. Time passes very quickly, so you better be sure to make the best use of it. Take the fuck it we ball mindset, you'll become happier with no regrets. I agree wholeheartedly. You can just do things. So do the thing. Take the chance, roll the dice. Here we have a list of claims by environmentalists of what's going to happen to our planet. 1966. Oil will be gone in 10 years. 1967. Dire famine forecast by 1975. 1968. Overpopulation will spread worldwide. 1969. Everyone will disappear in a cloud of blue steam by 1989. Greetings, Sir Stud. Damien Demore, welcome in. How are you? 1970. The world will use up all of its natural resources by the year 2000. Also 1970, urban citizens will require gas masks by 1985. I was born in the mid to late 80s. I don't recall ever needing a gas mask for anything. Once again, in 1970, this was a banner year for gay ops and gaslighting. Nitrogen buildup will make all land unusable. Decaying pollution will kill all the fish. Killer bees! An ice age by 2000. America subject to water rationing by 1974 and food rationing by 1980. 1971. A new ice age is coming by 2020 or 2030, or, sometime around that time. Because, the debate is over and the science is settled. Global cooling is real. 1972. Yeah, that new ice age that we said was coming by 2020 or 2030. Yeah, no, we pushed that off. It's now 2070. 1972 also. Oil depleted in 20 years. 1974. Space satellites show new ice age coming fast. Also 1974. Another ice age? Also 1974. Ozone depletion, a great peril to life. Okay, that one might be actually onto something. Okay, they got one. They got one right. 1976. Scientific consensus, planet cooling. Famine's imminent. 1977, the Department of Energy says oil will peak in the 90s. 1978, there is no end in sight to the 30-year cooling trend. 1980, acid rain kills life in lakes. Also 1980, peak oil in 2000. 1988, fast forward a bit. We didn't have yearly predictions of bad things. Regional droughts that never happened in the 1990s. Also 1988, temperatures in DC will hit record highs. Also in 1988, Maldive Islands will be underwater by 2018. Last we checked, they are not. Now, these clowns never know what they're talking about. That actively crying wolf, I worry about when the real wolf shows up. I don't think it ever will. I just don't think it ever will. I don't even think there is a wolf. I'm alright just listening, just playing Marvel Rivals while listening to you yourself doing alright. Marvel Rivals sounds like fun. If I can manage to get through most of these tabs, or at least a good chunk of them, might actually get to a video game. I don't know. This might just be a tangentine React stream again, like the last one earlier this week. You would think with the predictions not panning out that people would realize no one knows the future. The ozone was never supposed to close, but it did. Yeah. Admittedly, there was some damage done to the ozone layer. It is starting to heal. Let's see. 1989. Rising sea levels will obliterate nations if nothing is done by 2000. Also 1989. New York City's West Side Highway will be underwater by 2019. It's not. 1996. Peak oil in 2020. It's not. 2000. Children won't know what snow is. I can recall several snow days in the 21st century. 2002, famine in 10 years if we don't give up eating fish, meat, and dairy. 2012 came and went. I don't think we had a famine. Also 2002, peak oil in 2010. Well, that turned out to be bullshit. 2004, Britain will be Siberia by 2024. I mean, granted, I was in Britain late 2024. It was a bit chilly. I would not describe it as Siberia. 2005, Manhattan underwater by 2015. Spoiler alert, it's not. 2006, super hurricanes. I think it's rather amusing that America has renamed the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America, and charting the latest hurricane season, most of the hurricanes have kind of wafted away from the Gulf of America. Incredible what's in a name. I could dress you up as a wolf, probably the one from Van Helsing. I'd rather not enter a furry arc, please. It snowed even in South Africa. Recall it happening twice in my lifetime. 25. That stays fairly warm in South Africa, doesn't it? But even in warm parts of the world, you can potentially get snow, if it gets cold enough. Have you heard about the people wanting to use that tick disease to make everyone allergic to red meat? I have. Those people who are wanting to do that are all bastards and sons of whores. So, if you have to go outside and touch grass, just be careful, chat. There's your top tip for you. Try to avoid the ticks. Let's see. 2008, Arctic will be ice-free by 2018. It's not. 2008 also, climate genius Al Gore predicts ice-free Arctic by 2013. It's not. Climate genius 2009, Prince Charles, now King Charles III, says we have 96 months to save the world. 96 months later, and the world is all right. Also 2009, UK Prime Minister says we've got 50 days to save the planet from catastrophe. I'm trying to remember who was the PM back in 2009? Was it Blair? Was it still Tony Blair? Or did we move on to we moved on to David Cameron and Nick Clegg by then? Or was that Gordon Brown? They all just sort of run together after a while. Anyone who's a Britbong in chat who knows, feel free to chime in before I get to it. Let's see, UKPM 2009. That was Gordon Brown. The value of genius is in the gutter. I think Blair, but I'm American, so I don't follow that closely. These predictions are laughably ridiculous. They all are. They all are. Let's see. So, UK Prime Minister Gordon Brown says they only had 50 days to save the planet from catastrophe. 50 days later, I don't think they really did anything, and everything was fine. So much for the catastrophe. Also, 2009. Climate genius Al Gore moves 2013 prediction of ice-free Arctic to 2014. 2014 rolls around, and there's still ice. 2013, Arctic ice-free by 2015. It's not. 2014, only 500 days before climate chaos. 500 days later, and nothing happened. Everything's fine. 2019, oi, Greta, we need you to convince them it's really going to happen this time. At some point, they stop being laughable so-called predictions, and there's another name for this. It's called lying. And Stefan Molyneux rightly pointing out, life gets a lot simpler and more comprehensible when you realize that most people happily lie without a single shred of conscience, to which I add, especially when there's money and power on the line. And make no mistake, all of this that you see here, never about the environment. They don't give a shit about the environment, because these are the same people who fuck off to parts of the world unknown in private jets, some of them also going to Epstein Island and, you know, other disreputable places in private jets, which are supposed to be worse for the planet than a petrol-powered or diesel-powered automobile. It's about money and power with them. It's about money and power. And talk of money and power, we've got a raid. Action Bastard, welcome in. How's your stream? Raiders, if it's your first time here, I'm Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman VTuber, and we're doing a yappy yap about things we saw on Twitter and X, and we're also going to be doing some video reacts. I might get to some video games if I can get through all of these tabs. I've got so many tabs, it's becoming frightening. But anyways, how's your stream action? There's Phalanx. Hello. Stream went great. New chair working well. Oh, that's good. Got 2 out of the 3 new endings for Look Outside. Unity ending is going to be difficult, though, but yeah, it went great. Good, good. Let's get you some shout-outs. Everyone make sure you go follow Action Bastard. Fantastic streamer, one of my moderators, and also my editor of choice for all of the content that is recorded live here on Twitch and Kick and YouTube, later uploaded as segments for YouTube, and also trying to get into a better habit of uploading all of this to the Rumble channel as well, just to have a backup for when you when or if the YouTube channel goes down. So yes, do make sure you go to lordrexworth.com and give me a follow over on Rumble. I've actually made I've actually made a video available over on the Rumble channel a bit earlier than what you'll see on the YouTube channel. And it's just talking about the news from last stream, but that's available now with the quick and intrepid work of Action Bastard here. But it's available now on Rumble and will be available later on YouTube. So, if you want to catch that content ahead of schedule, it behooves you to give me a follow over on Rumble. Yeah. Anyway. But yes, thank you so much for the raid action. Going to be lurking, wifey, wife be home, wanting me to take her grocery shopping. Totally understandable. Chat, if you're coming over from Action stream, do make sure you do your after stream care. Get up and stretch, grab something to eat, something to drink. And yeah, kick back and relax and enjoy the rest of stream here. This entire thing follows the cult mentality so closely, I have to wonder when they're going to ask people to drink the Kool-Aid. I think they did that around 2020, 2021, where they said, get the vax. Anyways, from Christopher Talbot here. Retweeting something from Unity News. A French general says Paris must be prepared to lose their sons in order to defeat Russia. Clear incitement to a war that nobody normal wants. Get the audio here, just in case. France's top general has sparked a political uproar. General Fabien Mandon said in a speech that France must be ready to lose its children against the Moscow regime, saying, quote, what we lack, and this is where you have a major role to play, is the strength of spirit to accept suffering in order to protect who we are. If our country falters because it is not prepared to accept to lose its children, because we need to be honest, to suffer economically because priorities will go to defense production, for example, if we're not prepared to do that, then we are at risk. French officials, including President Emmanuel Macron, warned Russia could advance if its Ukraine invasion succeeds. I'm going to press X to doubt on that, as I always have. Russia has zero interest in advancing beyond ethnic Russian borders. General's comments angered many, including politicians across the spectrum from France. Chris Talbot saying, of course, send the white boys to die so the immigrants can take over. A reminder that France, like the UK, completely overrun with migrants from Africa and the Middle East. To the point where Paris is even worse than London now. Absolute cesspool. Smells like it too. But it is actually a well-worn tactic by the ruling elites. Head off a peasant revolt by drafting the peasant men and just send them off to die in a pointless war. It's been done several times before. Most recent examples were the 2 world wars. You will sacrifice your children for the forever war and you will like it. Yes, that's what they would like. That's what they desire. From IMF, yes, you are no. The Free Press, Sally Sattel. This headline is from a real article. Irina Zarutska's killer does not deserve to die. Suicidal empathy strikes again. I just used my phone, went in and fixed it for them, real quick. Because make no mistake, Irina Zarutska's killer does deserve to die. He's been arrested and released multiple times for multiple other criminal offenses. This is the one that he needs to be sent to death row for. This is the one that he needs to be executed for. Mainly because this was a racially motivated hate crime. He killed her because she was white. He murdered her because she is white. And we need to send a message to people that you can't do that. That you can't do that with impunity. You have to garner national pride to ask something like this of your people. That hasn't happened. I don't know if there's much national pride left over in France. I don't know that there's much of anything left in France, to be honest. Yep, quote, I got that white girl. That's exactly what he said. People should be like me and love white people, especially the men. I think that we need to start normalizing the catchphrase that made so many people on the left go apeshit, and that is, it's okay to be white. Because it is okay to be white. I saw a picture here. I don't know if anybody knows who this is, but this is the late Singaporean Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew. A lot of people forget that Singapore is actually part of the British Commonwealth. But this is Lee Kuan Yew in his prime. Definitely more color in his hair back then. Responding to someone saying, officially a San Francisco local, had the car broken into. Possibly had something nicked out of there. To which Grace Lydia Suarez here says, oh, this is just one of the realities of urban living. I'm so sorry. Eerily reminiscent of what the current mayor of London said about terrorism being part and parcel of just living in a big city. Which led developer Harris here to just post black and white photograph of the late Lee Kuan Yew, president of Singapore. And piggybacking off of him, I mentioned this and sort of fleshed this out a little bit more, or made it a bit more succinct here for the tweet. You can have an authoritarian multicultural society, a la Singapore, or you can have a democratic monocultural society. An authoritarian monocultural society is possible, but you cannot have a democratic multicultural society. History has shown us they just don't work. Imagine that being controversial, I know, right? But you can have an authoritarian multicultural society, or you can have a democratic monocultural society. But you can't have a democratic multicultural society. They just don't work. Lee Kuan Yew knew this. And he molded and shaped Singapore accordingly into an authoritarian multicultural society. Because he knew everybody would just vote for their own ethnic self-interest. Everyone would vote to loot the treasury, and the whole damn thing would just fall apart. So they maintain a very strict balance, with the ethnic Han Chinese being the dominant part of the population. Everyone else remains strictly a minority percentage. And they are an incredibly authoritarian society. You are being watched everywhere. The laws are strict. You bring in drugs and try to smuggle them or deal them, you will be executed. You spit gum in the street or pollute or leave litter out anywhere, you will be publicly flogged for it. It's harsh, but it works for them. It is how they have been able to maintain an orderly, clean society. And it works. It just works. Roman Empire invited people in and were torn apart for it. Yes, by the end, Rome itself, the capital city, had invited in so many immigrants that there was almost no native Romans left at the end of it all. We had long boat ride, very dangerous, need Gibbs. Tale as old as time. Oh, added in something from Erin McIntyre. A multicultural society cannot bind together a shared value, so it cannot self-govern. Multicultural societies require emperors, kings, or dictators that cannot be governed as republics. Another good one from Christian Hayens. The entire reason the post-liberal right even exists as a group relevant enough for you to constantly complain about is because liberalism is collapsing under its own contradictions. The old Buckleyite neocon movement cannot address any of their critiques because they are part of the problem. They're outraged at the dangerous demands from post-liberals that conservatives should stop losing. Imagine the conservatives actually winning and wielding power again to punish their enemies. History repeats itself. It really does. But if it doesn't repeat, it just moves in sort of rhyming cycles. The idea that the right can and should win terrifies people like Phil Magnus down here, who are fully invested in the old right's role as controlled opposition for the left. Because you fundamentally agree with the left on most presuppositions. You're simply a leftist who's been cast aside by a revolution that has long since moved past you. TLDR, someone unsavory likes some of your ideas, therefore your ideas are invalid. The easiest tell of controlled opposition, chat, is any emphasis on respectability. They're more worried about getting invited to cocktail parties by people who hate them and us than they are about saving our people, nations, faith, and culture. So there's only one thing you can do, and that's to purge them, destroy them, and discard them. They are nothing but useful idiots for the opposition. So toss them out with the rubbish. And while we're at it, toss out the self-hatred. To reject your ancestors and to hate them is to hate your own existence. Roman Helmet Guy, tweeting, "You are your ancestors. Pieces of them literally broke off and became you. If you hate your ancestors, you hate yourself." I think this is rather sound advice, if I do say so myself. Stop hating yourself just because someone told you to. These people hate you, but they are too cowardly to take you on directly. And so they try to gaslight and brainwash you into believing that you're evil, in hopes that you will self-destruct. A more social media-friendly way of saying game over yourself. You're not evil. Your ancestors were not evil. But the people trying to gaslight and brainwash you, they are the evil ones. They are the ungodly. So love yourself. Love where you came from. Love your ancestors. Do it not just because it's the right thing to do, but you can also spite the ungodly. It's like the old adage that the best revenge is simply living well. Just live well, chat. Love yourself. Love where you came from. Love your ancestors and live well. Because it pisses off the ungodly. And it's the right thing to do. Video from GB News. I've got it in here in a tab. We will take a look at this. But an ex-Antifa member speaks to Stephen Eddington about how the far left are organizing for war. Quote from our blue-haired friend here, the Antifa talk about violence, guns, going to gun ranges. This shit scares me. They think they're in a civil war. Well, they're right. We are in a civil war. And it's one that they themselves started. Namely, when one of theirs killed Charlie Kirk. Some lighter stuff here. Storm Chaser Z. Really good content on YouTube. Make sure you follow Storm Chaser Z. He's got some great clips and compilations from the Bond films. Question of, who's your favorite James Bond? Is it Sean Connery? Is it George Lazenby? Is it Roger Moore? Is it Timothy Dalton? Is it Pierce Brosnan? Is it Daniel Craig? Storm Chaser Z. Chiming in here. Saying Brosnan, but Dalton is a very close second. I agree wholeheartedly. Brosnan was my Bond growing up in the 90s. I thought he was brilliant. I thought he was this perfect distillation of Roger Moore's charm and Timothy Dalton's grit. But you know, he was also brilliant in the American television show Remington Steele. And if you haven't seen Remington Steele, I cannot recommend it enough. They're all my favorite. I mean, they're all really good in their own ways. Connery for sure. Yeah, I mean, somebody asked me in the response, I think it was Felix Valenti. What do you think of Connery? I mean, he's the OG. He's the one who set the standard. He had a lot of help from director Terence Young in the beginning. I think if Terence Young were a bit younger at the time that Dr. No was being created, he might have just cast himself as James Bond, because so much of what we saw of Connery's performance was Terence Young working with him extensively to polish up an actor that he described as a very rough diamond. Connery had the acting chops, but he did need some polish. He needed some smoothing over of those admittedly rather rough Scottish edges, which we don't criticize that. It's one of the things that have made the Scottish people so resilient over the years. I can hardly criticize because I myself am at least half Scottish. Family originates from the Scottish Highlands. So we stand for our fellow Scotsmen. But everyone who followed after Connery owe their success to him, and they can only stand on his shoulders. That said, this was my first James Bond. Pierce Brosnan. He was what I knew. Grew up watching GoldenEye, Tomorrow Never Dies, World Is Not Enough. This was my Bond. So you kind of have a soft spot for what you grew up with. I'm sure people who grew up during the era of Timothy Dalton would say the same thing. Especially those who grew up with Roger Moore as James Bond. And even those who first saw in theaters the first few Bond films with Connery. Mine too. Dad introduced me to Brosnan. He really is so very good. And I have to say, let's look up. This is Pierce Brosnan now, chat. This is what he looks like now. Another more recent photo of him without the beard. With the beard or not, actually this one in particular, he starts to look like Val Kilmer. May he rest in peace. I hope I look that good when I get to be his age. I really hope I look that good when I am his age. Because he has aged so well that it's no wonder the director of GoldenEye and Casino Royale, I believe it was Martin Campbell, who said, yeah, you know what? If I had the ability, I would probably bring Pierce Brosnan back as an older mentor figure to a young Bond, or maybe even cast him as the buddy, which would be a slightly ironic in a way, considering that Brosnan's first film, GoldenEye, had the villain as a fellow agent, 006. So in a way, the career just sort of comes full circle. I love that idea. Totally fair. I'm 37 as of today, but I watched Connery more as a kid. Yeah. Home video was built on the backs of... was built with... on the back of releases like the James Bond series. That would be pure cinema. It really would be. And make no mistake, Brosnan still has it. He's still got the acting chops. He hasn't missed a beat. He has definitely aged. I mean, it has been 30 years since GoldenEye premiered. But he's still got it. He's still got that X factor going for him. And let's face it, an elder Pierce Brosnan still has more Riz in his little finger than most of the young so-called talent in Hollywood today. "70 years old. He's played a womanizer in the form of Bond on screen. I'm going to move you out of the way here, chat, and move you up here. This is his wife. He has stayed with her for, I think, well over 30 years now. I don't know. How long has he been married? I know his first wife had some guest starring roles when he was on Remington Steele. And she was also one of the Bond girls. She was in Octopussy? Yeah. Cassandra Harris. Yes, he had just married her. No. That's wrong. Not Octopussy. For Your Eyes Only. She was in For Your Eyes Only. They had just married, and she got the part in For Your Eyes Only. And a much younger Pierce Brosnan was on the set of For Your Eyes Only. His presence was noted by producer Cubby Broccoli back then. Even Barbara Broccoli, his wife, said even back then, he's like, Cubby took note of him and filed in the back of his mind. He's like, yeah, here's someone we might want to consider as a future James Bond. That's facts. Brosnan versus, say, Jared Leto. Even now, I say Brosnan wins. Absolutely. I don't know why... Jared Leto, I can't see it. I can't see him being Bond. I can't really see any sort of established actor. They really need to go with someone who's relatively unknown, who's had a few successes, but not a big, huge breakout star, mainly because they're too expensive. But yes, sadly, his wife, Cassandra Harris, I believe she passed away from cancer. She died in 1991. He stayed with her till the very end of her life. Was a single father for many years, especially during the 90s when he was doing the Bond films. 2001, he married Keely Shea Smith. This lady right here. And he has been loyal and devoted to her ever since. I was actually surprised to hear that Brosnan is actually quite the hippie, IRL. He has in interviews said that the idea of, wearing Savile Row tailored suits everywhere and driving fast cars and stuff like that, it's all fun to do that on screen. But he said in his personal life, he prefers loose linen shirts and trousers, nice pair of sandals, or just walking around barefoot. And his most cherished items in his everyday carry are pencils and paintbrushes and colours, because he actually is quite the avid sketch artist and painter. And that's what he does in his off hours. I think that's rather lovely. I rather admire that. Anyway, let's see. What else did we have here? Oh, great stuff from Will Tanner. If you're not following Will Tanner on X, give him a follow. He's good. My political ideology is whatever leads to this. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you a sci-fi future. Respectable hobby, indeed. Good reminder that the amount of money that has been poured into aid for decolonized Africa would have been enough to pay for multiple colonies on Mars. We could have had Rhodesia and Mars colonization. Instead, we have neither, and a bevy of tin-pot dictators with Swiss bank accounts. That's the future we got. Thanks, I hate it. Do you have anything else? Oh, this bloke's live right now if you want to go check him out. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, that's it. That's it from X. Right. Let's... Oh, here's a good one. This is from my Oshi leaflet. Simply titled, They Hate Men. Don't know if any of you lot knew this, but recently we celebrated International Men's Day. That was that Wednesday? Yeah, I think it was Wednesday. And I was quite pleasantly surprised by a lot of VTubers and content creators out there who had very lovely things to say. Some of them may not have had the purest of intentions, but you know what? They didn't necessarily do any damage with what they were saying. Some of them were probably putting out pro-male tweets saying Happy International Men's Day and doing, the usual thirst trappy thing. Which is easy to dismiss offhand, but you know what? I look at it this way, they're not doing any harm. They're not pulling a bow the whale and saying something completely and totally sexist and misandrist. So there is that. Problem's throwing money at people who just piss it away. You need money going to driven people who want to get shit done. Indeed you do. Which is why we just need to cut off all foreign aid to Africa and Middle Eastern countries and Yeah, you know what? Let's just cut off all foreign aid. Full stop. Brian McIntyre would be like, leaflet mentioned. I don't think I ever had as many tabs open as you do. There's not a lot of people that have as many tabs open as I do. Maybe my other Oshikesha. There's just so much good stuff to get to. But let's get to this one. Leaflet reacting to a Hirohei video. They hate men. 3, 2, 1, go. Let's make sure we actually turn on the browser audio for this.
They're raging over International Men's Day.
So it's pretty much been a tradition
Yeah,
on
she
the
mentioned
channel that
too.
I make a video on International Men's Day, and that's what we're doing here in this video too. But realistically, and I think probably for most men, it's going to be the same thing.
Fun bit of trivia. Hirohei. I owe him a lot for getting into VTubing because it was his mention of my senpai, Inatsu Shiroi, led me to her streams, eventually reached out to her on in the DMs and said, you know, if I get into this VTubing thing, can you help me? Can you help me get my feet wet with this? And just, I need to find out if I have what it takes. And so she set up a collab between me, Razorwind, and we all played Fortnite for a couple of hours. I was completely exhausted, but it was the most fun I'd had in years after being out of radio broadcasting for, gosh, I'd been out of it for probably a good 5 years. And so I decided, yeah, you know what? We're doing this. Majority were definitely being performative, though for me I more believe that if one wishes it does good, then it should be kept private. There's some merit in not being too boastful. But yeah, overall, it was refreshing to see so many positive messages of saying, you know, Happy Men's Day, you matter, go treat yourself, etc., etc.
And by that, I mean, this day is not going to be any different for us than any other day. Like, we don't actually celebrate this day. It is literally just another day.
Why not?
And I'm sure the feminist...
For a lot of people, yeah, it is just another day. I mean, I still had to go to work. A lot of people still had jobs that they had to go to, you know, not exactly, it's not exactly a bank holiday, is it? Though maybe that should change. Maybe we should change that. Maybe we should make International Men's Day a proper holiday. I could get behind that.
Why not?
Getting ready, typing out their responses, trying to be all
yes,
cordial,
why not?
Celebrate the patriarchy.
saying things like, "Oh, well, that's
We do need to celebrate the patriarchy, much more, don't we? After all, as James Brown once sang, this is a man's world. But it wouldn't mean nothing without a woman or a girl.
because you
The
celebrate
eternal
Men's Day every day.
patriarchy.
Every day is Men's Day. You know, so original, so quirky. Wow. I guess in a way it's kind of poetic that the only thing I do different on International Men's Day is...
By the way, when I say that, I know I've said that before, that like we gotta celebrate the patriarchy and like we live in the patriarchy. By the way, when I say that, I'm not joking. I actually believe that we live in the patriarchy, like not in a feminist sense, but I actually think it's true.
To look at Twitter and
In a good
Skies.
way.
In fact, I think it's almost certainly true. I think it's true basically as a fact of reality rather than it being like a idea or like some kind of philosophical thing. I
It
think
just
it's
is.
a fact of
Just is
physical
what it
reality.
is.
And I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it just is
Certainly
what it
not.
is. You know what I mean? It is what it is, and like that's like how the world is, basically. That's the setting of the world.
Actually blue sky nowadays, and taking a look at these things just to see how much hate men are getting on International Men's Day. And I guess if anything,
you don't know
really
about
easy
that
content,
one?
so this will be a very easy video to make. So I guess I'm thankful.
Wait, what do you mean you don't know about that one, Jimothy? I'm not making like a moral argument or like a philosophical argument. I'm making a argument of fact, as in like it is the truth of the world, basically.
Yes.
Until we invent, I don't know, psychic powers or something like that. It's basically the state of the world. It would be
Neuralink
it's equivalent
incoming.
to me saying that like that car is red, and like the car is red, and like I say like, that car is red. That's literally how I see saying that we live in the patriarchy is. It's like it's just a fact of like a existence, basically. You mean natural order? No, I mean like literally. I mean literally because is that natural order?
Yeah, that's the natural
not really by
order.
natural order.
Yeah.
I mean by existence of violence being the final force being the final the final judge of everything on a physical level, basically. Well, not even just a physical level, like actually force is everything, basically, in terms of like what actually makes things move, what makes things happen is force. And
I mean, she's not wrong. So much of the security that we enjoy, especially in developed countries, is backed up by police and military force. So yeah, makes sense, I suppose.
it is the final law and is the final everything basically stems from force, essentially. And I don't even think, I'm trying to think about this. I think like the idea that force is like the final say, the final mover of everything, I think that even applies so globally that I think that same rule would apply to God as well. And I think, is that true? I'm trying to work it through in my mind. I think it is true, actually. I think force is so universal that it would even apply to like, yeah, because if you do something that God doesn't like, God blows you up, basically.
Okay, yeah. Definitely, if we look at it from an Old Testament perspective, yes. They either got blown up or spited or smote. Then later on, it started turning into more of a subtle approach of, you know, your nation is just going to fall, your people will be enslaved, and you're not gonna have a good time. Which, especially the second half of the Old Testament, is just one long series after another of the Israelites turning to false gods. Then they get invaded and conquered, dragged away as slaves, then they're allowed to come back. They start worshipping God again, and things start to get better. Then they turn to false gods, and then they get invaded and conquered and dragged away as slaves once again. All because they just can't seem to stop engaging in idolatry. Until you get to the New Testament and God just says, okay, new covenant time. To get to me, you have to go through my son Jesus. The veil gets torn in half from the temple at the time Jesus is crucified. Holy Spirit leaves the temple and then is made available to those who make Christ their Lord and Savior. Gross oversimplification of all of this. Definitely read your Bible. Definitely consult with your pastor, your priest, some figure that you trust. Even then, some laws from the Old Testament still apply as law. Some do, yes. Christ came to fulfill the law, as it is said. Oh yeah, you start to notice that there's a long series of documented mistakes and missteps in the Bible by people where they rejected God and they went crazy. They go absolutely mad. Because that's what happens when you reject God. You just go nutter. And especially on basic principles, that is, no negotiation, God will not be moved.
So, like, force would be in the end everything, basically, in terms of, like, that's how anything happens. Does that make sense? Everything comes down to force as being the final say in anything. Nothing matters without force, basically. Force or implied force, basically, is everything. So when I say we live in the patriarchy, I mean it like that, basically. And that it's just a reality. It is what it is scenario, basically. I think you can redirect it to men protect also. That's what should be appreciated. No, well, okay. So yes. So you're right. Right. What I mean by we live in a patriarchy, right, is not that it's a bad thing. I'm not saying that like men rule everything and it's bad. What I'm saying is that men have the capability of force, therefore they have the ability to make the rules. And that any rules...
We are the physically stronger, and some would say the mentally stronger of the species. And if, as the old adage goes, might makes right, then the strongest necessarily must rule. Therefore, patriarchy. I can see her point. When they got into VTubing due to seeing how content creators with little to no standout qualities could make it, then even mediocre old me could do it. Well, don't look at yourself as mediocre, Damien. If you look at yourself as mediocre, then that's going to reflect in the product that you put out there. And if you keep saying and believing that you are mediocre, eventually people are going to start agreeing with you, and you don't want that. You really must learn to look at yourself in a humble way, of course, but look at yourself as having talent and having something to offer. As long as you do that, you've got a good baseline to go off of. As far as standout qualities, it takes time to find that. I mean, what you're seeing out of me now is vastly different from what you saw out of me in the beginning. It just takes time to find your niche and find what you're comfortable with. Still feel like both Kirsche and Leaf verbally snake their way around saying the basic truth, which is right in front of them. Instead, they do 10-minute word salads. Well, so much of this is going off the cuff. You have to remember that, Anglo. And so sometimes it can be hard to find the words. We're not all born auditors. But they get there eventually. But that is what happens when you do stream of consciousness. Biologically, women are capable of handling pain for childbirth. Men handle physical and mental exertion better. Yes, that's a good way of putting it. But, true, she's doing well for someone who says like every 5 fucking seconds. That still bothers you, eh? They also have to work around hate brigades and the risk of takedown from antis. Yes, that's another thing. When you multi-stream to other platforms, especially platforms that are not exactly friendly towards right-wing views, and sometimes have absolute hate bonus for VTubers, yeah, you have to do a bit of dancing around. And it's up to the audience to be clever enough to be able to read between the lines.
That like women try to say that like they have is only because men allow it to be so. That's what I mean, basically. Is because like if men collectively, and this is like, this goes into like, if you don't know what I'm talking about, like you should watch like videos by Andrew Wilson. He talks about this. It's basically a thing called force doctrine, and basically it describes reality in that all rights are meaningless without force. Force is literally just people saying like, this is bad because we say so, and if you do anything about it, we'll fucking kill you. That's basically what it is. Does that make sense? So like if women were basically like, give me rights, men, and men were like, yeah, you know what? Nah, I feel like, you know what I feel like? I feel like you guys are slaves. I feel like, you know, Handmaid's Tale, let's like actually do that for real. There's nothing that women could do this.
I suppose that's entirely out of the question. Only joking. What am I? Anyway. But also running a business at the end of it. Start reciting some things and you're out. Yes! Certain combinations of words that get uttered will get detected by AIs in the algo fairly quickly, and yeah. You will find your channel nuked from orbit. Hence the necessity of multi-streaming. I do understand the mentality to think positively, it just isn't a concept that I can grasp. It is something that takes active mental effort. It's not something... Positive thinking actually requires, or a positive frame of mind requires... active mental effort. You cannot do it passively. But it is actually a good form of discipline. It's good discipline for your mind. It's very good discipline for your mind. Because once you start and once you keep up the practice, you begin to take notice and become much more aware of your internal dialogue, of what it is that you're saying to yourself. And when you're aware of that, you can start to make effective, positive changes. Yes, it's hard, but to seek positive outcome, you must visualize how that looks. Yes, you have to start wrapping your head around that. Start to create a mental picture of what that is. Making it tangible in your mind is another way of putting it. Also something that takes effort and discipline. Not as much like physical exercise. Once you do it, it's one of those things where a body in motion tends to stay in motion. That kind of thing.
Stop it. The only thing that they can do to stop it is to beg other men to stop it. Does that make sense? That's why it's a patriarchy. Do you understand the logic behind it? It's not really like I'm not trying to make like a moral argument. I'm trying to make a argument of like, this is like how the world works, basically. It would be like me saying that the earth is round and that lions eat zebras. It's like, it's not like it's just a fact of life, basically.
Wait, lions eat zebras? I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that.
Good thing we have the Second Amendment. Yes, but but here's the case, right? So say we do have the Second Amendment and women can use guns, it doesn't matter, because if all of women went to war against all of men, all of women would lose. If men like ganged up basically together collectively and said, yeah, well, you have guns, but so do we, and you're all becoming handmaids, tail slaves. There's nothing women could do about it. So basically the point...
I suppose that's entirely out of the question.
Point of the entire exercise is the idea that it basically refutes the whole idea that men are always bad and always toxic, right? Because feminism tries to basically bring this sort of weird worldview that men are super toxic and they're the reason that everything's fucked up in the world. But the problem is if you say that, then how can that be possible? Because if men actually wanted those things, those savage things, if that's what men in general always wanted, then there's no way women could stop it from happening. That basically
Men just want functioning societies that work. We just want things to fucking work. And we're not really concerned with a lot of the details, well, some of us are. And in a functioning society, those people would be hired to make certain things work. But something to keep in the back of your mind, chat. Feminism is, always has been, and always will be a CIA gay op. It's not real in the end. It's not a real thing. It's just a gay op by intelligence agencies. So, anytime you find someone who is a feminist, if they're a male feminist, then you can just translate that in your mind as, oh, they're a sex pest. Got it. But people who describe themselves as feminists, they are effectively saying to the world, I have fallen for a CIA glow op. Technically, men's visual acuity and reflexes are naturally better suited for combat, so she's right. She is right. We are more than our bodies. Does OnlyFans. Yes, we can discard the opinions of those.
And exercise benevolence in order to actually protect the rights of other people that they don't have to protect. Does that make sense? Do you Naruhodo my point? Yeah. That's basically
I like that. Do you Naruhodo my point? Naruhodo being Naruhodo has been is Japanese for I understand.
It's how we live in a patriarchy. It doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. It just means that despite the fact that men have that power, good men choose to exercise that power in defense of high morals, basically, when they don't have to. Because if men really wanted, collectively, if men all thought, right, because if men are such savages as feminism wants you to believe, then why do women have rights? The only reason, they're gonna say, oh, well, women fought for the right to vote. Yeah, well, who gave that to them? So how the fuck did that happen?
It was men, and a lot of them got henpecked into doing that sort of thing. And that's where I think society started to take a bit of a downturn, is that we let too many women henpeck the men into giving them things that weren't really good for them overall in terms of net benefit. In other words, women got the vote, and what did they do with it? Tended to vote for all of the things that were bad for them, bad for society, and just became some of the easiest voter bases to manipulate. Started by a Democrat meaning to use women, basically use the marginalized to push for advantageous change. Wish you remember the details. Oh, that's a good. That's the basic gist of it, isn't it?
Right? If women are the ones who fought for their ability to vote, and like women were the ones who attained that ability, how the fuck did that happen? Like, how did you? So you're telling me in a society when men have all of the power and all of the votes, you're telling me like they have no credit for like actually saying like, you know what, let's do that. That's a good idea. Like, what? Like, what? Doesn't make any sense. And you might say, well, women use the power of seduction. Well, all it would take is men to say, you know what, we don't feel like being seduced anymore. You know what?
Yeah, this all stops when men stand up and say, yeah, no, you're not henpacking us, you're not nagging us, and we're not going to be seduced into this sort of thing. Just no. But I said no. But you can't, I said no. Just over and over again, I said no. And they can stammer and stomp their feet and throw temper tantrums and even throw things at us. The answer's still no. In the end, we're dealing with children who need to be told no, and it needs to be backed up. There's a lot of shrews in the world that need taming. It started with Prohibition, which led to Al Capone, which led to major gun control. I think you lot in the UK experienced the side effects too of Peaky Blinders as any historical truth to it. There was a suffragette movement in the UK just as much as there was in the US. Don't fall for the whammons, fall for the waifus, exactly. The waifus don't nag you. The waifus don't withhold sex from you. The waifus don't pester you about certain things. The waifus don't manipulate you in a bad way. They just make you horny. Which, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Fuck you. Right? Like, if a woman really was like, well, you know, I used my powers of seduction to sexually entice him to do what I want. Well, like, what's to prevent the dudes in a society where, like, dudes have all the power to say, like, all the physical power for dudes to be like, how about you just suck my dick or I kill you? How about that, huh?
Disclaimer for retards. She is not advocating for this. Yes. But more to her point, a woman saying, you know, I seduce men to get what I want. That works until it doesn't. It's just quite simple. It works until it doesn't. And when it stops working, you're fucked. Because once people see through it, I mean, that's it. You've had it. Peaky Blinders butchered my hero Oswald Mosley. 0 out of 10 show. She points that out, I think. Oh, we're about halfway through the video. Let's see.
That's my point, basically. In general, men have had like a desire to protect the God-given rights. I
love that. Lock in, kings. Say no to the feminine wiles.
For women and those who are weaker than them. That's been that is like basically the story of like the evolution of Western society, basically, is that it went from being like in the original state of the world was that basically was barbarism, like everybody was like that. And then as like society progressed, men collectively decided that like we're gonna have rights, and you know, we're gonna make this constitution for like America, right? And it's gonna give people like these rights. And then you might say like, well, where did those rights come from? Well, the men would say, well, it comes from us. The rights come from us agreeing that they're rights. And if you want to break those rights, we'll kill you. That's how it works, basically. It's like if you don't follow the rights that we agreed that everybody has, the rights that we get from our religion, from God. If you don't do what God says, we're gonna throw you in jail and we're gonna execute you. So you better do it, basically. And that's like the only reason why rights exist. Sorry, that was a long tangent. You understand? That was my men's day TED talk. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Thanks, Leaflet. Yeah, that rights, responsibilities that entail them, and laws built around them. Peaky Blinders slander, I will not allow it. Wait, you're British, you got home territory advantage.
Sure, I'll take that as my Men's Day gift. And now let's take a look at what they're saying, shall we?
Men have the desire to protect those who are weaker than themselves, even if they themselves are weak. Our society today has been trying to neuter the basic instinct to protect others and actively punish them for acting on them. Look at Daniel Penny. Yeah, that was bullshit. The Daniel...
What happened to Daniel Penny was so wrong. And you would think it would have been, his exoneration would have been the start of a sea change, a vibe shift towards, you know what? You can just do things. You can defend the innocent and, fight back against criminals until the police arrive. And I haven't seen that as of late. I don't think that we haven't really had that vibe shift. We've still got too many bad cops out there, and too many bastards and sons of whores in government that say, yeah, that Daniel Penny, people like him, lock them up. He's a hero. Yeah, he really is. And what happened to him with the legal system was just, that was fucked. But it's also what happens when you have an incredibly corrupt system that is more concerned with making themselves look good, to the point that they will punish good people for doing good things and protecting the innocent. If there is massive crime and vigilantes are being arrested, that's how you know the crime is intentional and useful. Yes, so much of it they're allowing it to happen. And they could put an end to it quite very quickly if they wanted to. And it all goes back to the whole flip the switch. Lock up the criminals. We used to do that, and we used to have fairly low crime rates in many parts of the Western world, because we didn't let just anyone come in here to our countries. And if someone broke the law, they got punished severely. Meanwhile, real villains get to walk free. Yes, such as Irina Zerutska's killer, potentially, well, released out on bond, I believe. But now I think it's either him or someone else in a similar case trying to possibly argue for insanity. I don't think it's him that's... No, that was the other one that set the woman on fire. I think he's setting up to where he can do an insanity defense. I wish Elon would have his Batman arc. That would be cool. At the same time, we can't always depend on people like Elon Musk. At some point, the people are going to have to take their power back and take things into their own hands, because their leaders, their rulers, and the structures that they have built up around them, the institutions, are just doing fuck all.
Penny stuff was bullshit, yeah. good TED talk, when men get tired of feminist Islamic nations. Yeah, basically. Yeah, you might say like, well, you might say, well, men would never do that. Men would never take women's rights away.
Oh, those sweet summer children. They know absolutely nothing of Islam and of Mohammedan peoples. Which, if we get any sort of rollback of feminism, of gay rights, LGBTQ, that sort of thing, I think it's going to come from the Muslim hordes that have absolutely invaded Western countries, particularly the United States and the United Kingdom. Because the native populations just have completely lost their nerve and don't have the courage to do that. But basically, there's too many white men that believe in happy wife, happy life. And you got the Muslims over on the other side saying, nah, fuck that bitch. Or fuck those bitches in the case of the ones that have multiple wives.
We'll just use our seductive powers. How's that working out in the Middle East? How's that working out in Africa? Curious.
Well, now I'm over on Blue Sky to take a look at this post that's getting hate right now, as mentioned, obviously. But then I see the date. It was actually yesterday. Oops. I'm a day late this year. Actually, hold on a second. It really is today, November 19th. Popbase just made their post a day early. So yeah, trying this again, Popbase said, today is International Men's Day. And we can see the top responses here are, nobody moved. And as a man, I can wholeheartedly say this is utterly unnecessary.
Fucking ingratitude.
My opinion, every day is a man's day. Oh, wow. Yeah.
The absolute ungrateful cunts. The whole lot of them.
You know, if a woman said something like this about women, they would call her a pick-me, for the record. As a trans man, I kind of don't care. As a man, you.
Yeah. You're never going to be a man. If you're trans, you're never going to be a man.
Y'all comment.
As a man, ew? That's your response? That's very feminine. That's a very effeminate response. Your soy levels must be through the roof. Your estrogen levels must be in the stratosphere. Very low T response.
Are hilarious. If men want to change this reaction to Men's Day, maybe they should do things like...
By the way, the whole thing I said...
Yeah, I would be yawning too. I would be yawning too, Leaflet. Because these people are not just insufferable. At this point, it is just... It's old hat with them, and it is an absolute bore. Man card revoked, needs to return his balls to the Council of Men.
By the way, about women, also applies to weak men, by the way. Although it's a little bit harder in that case because the physical difference between a weak man and a strong man is...
Don't worry, Bran. I saw the comment. Where are you commenting from? You're on Kick. Hang on. I think we can fix that. Oh, the AI mod got it. Hang on. Can I override? No, I can't. Sorry, Bran. But I read it out. I saw it. Don't worry. Anyway, let's keep going.
It's actually less drastic than that between of like a man and a woman. It's actually the strength difference is less. It is just a different degree of it though. But a bunch of weak men could gang up on a strong man and win. It's like even on a grander scale, you would need like a lot of them. It would be easier than women revolting.
hold each other accountable, be each other's support system, try to learn empathy, and recognize that the loneliness epidemic could be solved by treating other people as humans. Look, men can definitely do things better, but that comment that we just read sounds like a bot comment, doesn't it? Kind of ironic. Like, try to treat other people as humans, says the person who comes off like a bot. And these other, like, men in the comments.
I mean, even though they're not necessarily wrong, yes, just treat them like human beings, please. It's been picky on everyone's chats recently. It's all good.
They're
Actually, there's a good way to explain this. Sorry. The best way to explain this is that the ball is 100% in the men's court. Does that make sense? Like, if a woman seduces a man, it's still 100% in the man's court to be seduced or not. Does that make sense? You're basically banking on the man actually crit failing and getting seduced in order for the woman to control him. And that, like, the woman herself has no say in it, basically. You're just basically rolling the dice to, like, hope that the man gets seduced. Otherwise the man has total power.
They're disparaging men. You know, it's different from...
And even in the midst of seduction, you can exert a certain measure of power. Turn the tables, as it were.
Me just being apathetic about this day. These other men are just like, oh yeah, it's every day is men's day. You know, they're trying to act all intellectual. Very sad thing to see, you know. These are definitely Veilguard people. Typing International Men's Day on Blue Sky gets us the pop-based post that we just read, and then we got like other top.
By the way, I just don't want like anyone to misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that women suck, basically. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. Is that women bring something different to society than I mean, women have their own abilities that are like really overpowered. But my point is just that men have the monopoly on force. That's my entire...
Seduction does not mean submission. That's true. You can, however, use a seductive moment, as I said, to turn the tables on your partner and exert a little domination, as it were. I think we all know where this is going.
point. It doesn't have anything to do with like women being worse than men inherently. Women are worse than men at some things, and men are worse than women at some things. It's like it depends on the thing, basically. Different talents. The thing is, I'm not trying to stoke a war between men and women. I'm actually doing the opposite. I actually think that men and women need each other. Men and women need each other, basically. My refutation of it is that the whole feminine...
Yes, we do need each other. Because in the end, we've got a biological mandate to marry and reproduce. So, it is good and right that a man has a woman in his life and in his bed. Exactly, Leave. We're worse about worrying and crying over nothing as men.
The notion that men are awful,
be fruitful and multiply.
Just totally awful,
yes.
Savages that are like basically the fuck everything up, because they always like to bring this up, like, oh my god, imagine society if we didn't have men. It's like, bruh.
Those here, such as Happy
suck.
International Men's Day,
and they know it would suck. They'd get tired of it after it would get quite miserable for them very quickly, because so many women, they just, I don't know, in their moments of loneliness, so many of them tend to just sort of, I think, almost disappear in a way. Just kind of evaporate. I think I had it bookmarked somewhere. I think it was earlier from today. Was that? No. Oh, here we are. Yes. Great video. Hilarious, actually.
I learned a lot about women. I think I learned exactly how the fall of man occurred in the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden, and Adam said one day, wow, Eve, here we are, at one with nature, at one with God. We'll never age, we'll never die. And all our dreams come true the instant that we have them. And Eve said, yeah, it's just not enough, is
it? Wow. That's not funny.
I was just waiting for more.
Well, that was kind of his point.
Yes, thank you for making his point for him.
Oh, that's kind of what he was saying. I mean...
Oh, I love
I learned
this
a lot
clip.
about women.
Yeah,
I think
it is. Oh dear. Yeah, they kind of fucked it up there. But yeah, for some people, particularly women, you could give them everything they want, but everything that they say they want, and it's not enough. Fun fact about Greek mythology: Hyperboreans, Hyper-North, all-male, self-replicating race. When they moved south to Europe, all the impurities split from them to form women. Huh. All the impurities, eh? That explains a lot.
All the incredible trans men out there.
Yeah, that would be like society without men would be like society would have never happened, basically. Would have been fucking aborted. Aborted just like the babies they want to abort. It would have been aborted in the Stone Age.
Existing. You know, only the trans men. Yeah. This one saying, Happy International Men's Day, you POSs. And celebrating International
It would have gone like this. It would have gone. This is how it would have went, guys. It would have been like this. All the men vanish. And all the women are like looking for berries. And then they die from starvation. That would have been literally what happened. that would have been.
Yeah.
That would have been all of
No lies detected there.
society. That would have been like game over. It would have been game over already. Oh,
I mean, didn't they do that with some sort of reality show somewhere? I think it was in the UK, where you had two camps, men and women, on an island, and it was sort of a battle of the sexes to see which could survive. And the men all banded together and started building a makeshift rudimentary civilization, sort of Swiss Family Robinson style. And the women were just foraging around for berries and bitching and moaning and whinging. And then eventually they were cold and starving because I think they couldn't even be bothered to build a proper campfire. I forget the name of the show, but I think that's how it ended up shaking out.
it's okay. We don't need men. We have berries. And then they would like eat berries and be like, this isn't enough nutrition. And then just die, basically.
Say by Googling boot.
Yeah, the men thrived. The women walked around in circles, slowly started dying and needed help from the production team. Yeah. I wish I could remember what show that was. I don't think it was I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Might have been something else. Might have actually been Survivor. I don't know.
And punching a hole in the wall. You silly person. That's not Men's Day. That's Miskiff Day. Another beacon of
And
original.
then on the flip side, if you had only men, it would also be aborted because it would be like the men like, we have lots of meat. Yum, 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 yum. No babies. And then like society's dead, basically.
Yeah.
Here says, dude.
Because, contrary to popular belief, you can't make babies with femboys.
Like every day is basically International Men's Day.
Resident
Oh
Chef,
wow,
thank you so
another
much.
one.
Thank you.
Every day is
Thank you for the
International
bits.
Men's
Thank
Day and patriarchy. An actual positive comment on Blue Sky. My gosh, that's like winning the lottery.
Irene writing, it's International Men's Day. I hereby celebrate you. It sort of sounds like she's still doing that begrudgingly. You know, prefaced with, against my better judgment, I hereby celebrate you. I detect a little bit of sarcasm.
Says it's International Men's Day. Hereby
The thing is,
celebrate
like,
you.
where, like, how is anything I'm saying wrong? How is anything I'm saying wrong? It's all just 100% true. There's like I don't even know how you could argue against it. I feel like it's so impossible to argue against it in the same way that it's impossible to argue that like a rock is hard. You know, like, that hard rock is hard. And basically, it's anyway.
International Men's Day and Patriarchy. An actual positive comment on Blue Sky. My gosh, that's like winning the lottery. Says, it's International Men's Day. I hereby celebrate you. Now, I joke, but
Nice.
Obviously there's also a bunch of hate comments on Twitter too, and places like Reddit and stuff. It's
Of
not
course.
just Blue Sky. But the Blue Sky containment zone has definitely made it easier to find those sort of comments all in one spot.
telling you-
Very convenient. Nevertheless, the last comment we
I'm
read...
telling you, chat, all of these people would have gotten naturally selected out like 100 years ago. It's
Oh,
actually
yes.
like
Absolutely.
their existence is actually proof that society has succeeded. Brother Red Rack, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's actually the proof of the greatness of society is that these people are allowed to bitch and complain because they would be dead 100 years ago.
was actually positive. So
Absolutely.
shouts out to the women out there, the ladies who are not acting all, spiteful and whatnot about this day. Which takes us to a bit of duality. Happy International Men's Day to trans
That's like my new favorite insult, like the one that I said to that one guy before, that like your existence is a testament to the greatness of society because basically they wouldn't exist. Like 500 years ago, they'd be dead. They would like
It sounds like a compliment, but it's more damning with faint praise. I love it. It was The Island, a Bear Grylls show. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds familiar. The Island. Never saw it myself, but always heard the story.
gotten like eaten by like a fucking shark or something. Like they would have died of starvation 500 years ago. All of these people, and because society is so great, they're allowed to live. They should be grateful.
and cis men who would introduce their
Usagi Kenpo, thank you so much. Thank you for this sub. Thank you.
trans girlfriend to their mums only. Pretty weird obsession that person has with trans people. But right below that, for International Men's
Yes, I believe the name for it is autogynephilia.
Day, I'm gonna hug every international man I see. So
Okay. I'll take a hug. I would take a hug.
a positive comment, and then we're right back to the typical stuff you'd expect. Anyway,
Wait, hold on. Wait, what?
Happy and
Okay, for International Men's Day, I'm gonna hug every international man I see. Happy International.
so, I mean, that's every person. If we were to have a definition of what is an international man, that would be men from all around the world. You do not want to hug from them, lol. Oh, I don't know. It's not like I want to fuck them or anything. But a hug. Maybe just a friendly wave from across the room. I would take a friendly wave.
Also, kind of weird, but Happy International Men's Day, though mostly assholes. What?
though mostly arseholes. X.
I don't even know if that's like
what's the X
real.
for? Anyways, you get the point. We
Probably
could be here
not.
like all
Probably a
day
bot
taking a look at
account.
these sort of comments. There are plenty more, but like I said, I think you get the point. So I'll leave it there. Hope you guys are having a great week, though. And thank you all for tuning in.
Oh, this
I
is
will see you
another-
in the comments. And
A firm handshake and a nod is enough for me. Yeah. I can do that.
in the next one.
This is another Men's Day one, right? Should we look at that? I thought I saw that. I saw that like in the
Good
chat.
night,
That
I
there was
literally
British
like,
just made a
Sailor
video
Man.
about Blue Sky,
Here,
about
here, here.
weird people
Yeah, yeah.
on Blue Sky crashing out at International Men's Day, saying all the
The
sorts of stuff you'd expect.
continuation.
And then I go to Twitter and I see a set of
here we
tweets
go.
here from Chibidoki. She said,
Ah,
Happy
yes.
Men's Day.
Dear
and
lovely
then I'm
Chibidoki.
buying my dad flowers today. And then the follow-up,
Oh, Jesus, I saw this, yeah. And she bought her dad flowers, which is sweet of her. Bless.
saying, some people have been getting mad at me for these tweets. And I'm genuinely sorry if I offended anyone. I just
Oh,
want-
no, dear. No. We don't apologize to the trolls and to shit tier people that will get mad at anything. We don't apologize for perpetual online. No. Darling, please. You meme them. You hit them with memes until they cry, and then you make memes about them crying.
and appreciate my dad and my male friends who mean a lot to me.
Wait, what did
This
people
isn't
get
a
mad
jab
at?
anyone or anything, I really promise.
They got mad that she bought her dad flowers and said anything positive about men. because there are some people that are just so terminally online and absolute misandrists that this is what they do. They just start frothing at the mouth whenever someone says anything even remotely positive or neutral about men. Chibi catches flack for fuck all. Chibi did delete the apology. Oh, good for her. She realized her mistake. Well done.
I just want to say something nice. Bro, what kind of loser creep do you have to be to get
What
mad
did they
at
say?
frickin' these tweets? Happy Men's Day, I'm buying my
hope
dad
he shows
flowers,
it.
and people actually got mad at her.
Probably
That's
will.
actually crazy. Seems like a lot of those people already deleted their comments after they got called out, but
Of course
here's
they
one
did.
that I was
Ah,
able to find.
bugger
Person
all.
laughs and
Roaches.
says, men get a whole day for what? And some of the responses include for tolerating
Men get a whole ass day for what? For not aping out and killing you. That's
Yes. You know what? That's accurate. We get a whole ass day because we did not chimp out and just eliminate you where you stand.
what it's for. Yes.
As Lancelot de Shadow says down here, for tolerating trash like you, it's a hell of a job. It really is. And it gets quite tiresome sometimes. To the point where you really start to wonder, what's this person's IP address? Where do they live? Where do they work? What's their name? What's their personal identification or taxpayer numbers? You know, these are just the sort of questions that start to enter your mind that you start wondering how you can find that sort of thing out. But we stop ourselves because it's a hell of a job.
MH, bro.
what? And some of the responses include for tolerating trash like you.
Buddy,
and
you're the
Buddy,
reason.
you're the
True.
reason.
Yes.
So true.
If you have to ask, you are the reason.
Like most hate comments got deleted after Chibi called them out. However, like I said earlier, back over
Yes, another question that comes through our mind, why do we let this person have a vote? To which eventually we start extrapolating, why do we let people have a vote? Because have you seen people lately? It's not a good look. Why do we let people have a vote?
over on Blue Sky, Pop Base posted that today is International
And then you start Rome posting, and you start Monarchy posting.
Men's Day, and they were met with a barrage of comments like
Dude,
this.
it's so crazy. This goes into a whole thing of like how crazy and wild it is that the definition of bad things has been warped beyond recognition, right? It's like something like sexism or like racism. Those things have been warped beyond recognition. Like I don't even know what racism and sexism even means anymore. Because
They don't mean anything. They're just labels that are heaped upon people that leftists disagree with. And they are also a way to mark people for harassment and murder. Because you dared to disagree with the leftist and globalist monoculture.
these people will claim like, oh, it's okay to be sexist against men, and that's how they'll act. Or, you know, the same people who are like, oh, racism is bad, those same people will be like, yeah, racism is bad, but you know what? Fuck white people. Sexism is bad. All the sexism against women is bad, but fuck men. Like, it's so... What? What the fuck? It's like... Oh my god, dude.
It's the old adage of it's okay when we do it. Yes, they are words used much the way feces are used by monkeys. That's a good way of putting it, Brand. Very well. Very good.
Imagine being white and a man leaf, dude. It's so crazy. What does it even mean anymore? Nothing means anything anymore. All of the definitions, like language doesn't mean... Like language is just... How do you even communicate when you...
It is a testament to the hyperfeminization of culture and of society when words no longer have any sort of meaning. In a masculine society, words have specific meanings. They mean something. But with women, words are they're just a tool for them to try and get their way. They're a tool for manipulation to try and get their way. Much like the Freeran meme about with demons. Not that all women are demons, though some demons are indeed women. Words are just a means to deceive humans. Words are whatever they feel like it means in the moment. Whatever is useful for them to get their way. And so much of the whinging and bitching and moaning and nagging is all just adult forms of temper tantrums by overgrown children disguised as adult women who are doing just that, having a temper tantrum because they cannot get their way. Or they get their way, and it's not what they expected, and they're still not satisfied.
When you warp the language so much, maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the point, chat. Maybe the point was to warp language so badly that nobody knows what anything means anymore, so that they can basically smokescreen every bullshit thing that they do.
If you want to see more of that stuff,
that's exactly it, and also makes the population easier to control. Life's too easy, so they craft problems to bitch about. So much of modernity is exactly that, Bran. So much of modernity is that we have solved so many of the problems that plagued the world before, that we now have to invent problems to bitch about. Life has gotten so easy in some ways that we have to invent new problems to bitch about. It is much like the old adage of idle minds and idle hands being the playground of the devil. Life is so easy in some ways that it has led to a lot of idleness. And in that idleness, we have invented new problems to bitch about. And we risk undoing all of the progress that we've made over the centuries. Because so many people don't seem to have an appreciation of just how delicate civilization can be.
Consider watching my earlier video today, and good on Chibi though for standing up for men and standing up for herself. It is again just absolutely absurd that people got offended at her for buying her dad flowers and saying like happy International Men's Day. So yeah, shout out to all you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed another video, and I'll see you in the next one.
Man, that's so dumb. Like it's so dumb. It's so sexist. It's so fucking like. It's like retarded tiresome. Animal behavior, basically.
Yes.
It's just like tribalistic and dumb, basically. These people. Man.
Right. That's good stuff. We're giving that a like. Getting the link in the chat with YouTube and Twitch. And by some miracle, it actually made it in to the Kick chat as well. Thank God. Been having some problems getting things to post through Caster Labs into Kick. So, good. Not like there aren't problems in these people's lives they could work on either, but everyone wants to be a revolutionary, I guess. Yes, everyone wants to be a revolutionary until they realize the cost of being a revolutionary, a real revolutionary, realizing what you have to give up to go underground like that. And they very quickly back off. Let's see, how are we doing on time? Blood makes the green grass grow. Yes. And many fields in this world have been fertilized with the blood of young fighting men. Probably the most notable one, I think we can all agree on this, was Flanders Fields, where all the poppies grow. Let's see. Oh, right. We mentioned earlier the actually no, we already covered that, so I won't do a video react on these. Let's see. Is this
hey,
an
what's up, guys,
leaflet?
up here? So
No, this is Rev says Desu. Right, new one here from Rev, whose spectacles tend to fluctuate in size, apparently, even though he claims and tries to gaslight everybody on believing they've always been the exact same size. Yeah. Someone decided to attack VTubers, and they instantly found out. Let's take a look.
hey, what's up, guys, up here? So
What's up?
once again, the joke is on me. Normally, I use this meme format for other people, but no. For the second day in a row, the VTubing scene is breaking me. Ladies and gentlemen, it is breaking me because we have people
That's okay. It breaks a lot of people every day.
in the scene who are not only slandering others over content that they consume themselves, but we're seeing people,
How dare you consume this content? Consumes the exact same content themselves.
attack people for condemning the beheading of people over their faith, alongside people just being like blatant hypocrites under their own standards. Yeah, just another day in the VTubing scene, but quick update to yesterday's video. So we talked about this individual Chilla.
Oh, yes. She's been a bit of a problem child with the VTubing sphere for some time. Oh, she got community noted. Be heading off to the hospital soon. Won't have access to my phone. Known for using hospital tweets after being confirmed to be in the wrong in situations. Previously, she's done that in a similar situation with Froggy Hoppin. According to the reply, she got unrealistically hospitalized in under 22 minutes. Yeah, that... 22 minutes? Yeah, that didn't happen.
Who had a whole crash out. Please watch yesterday's video. It's really a whole episode.
Okay. Do you have it linked here, Rev? No, you don't. Rev wearing riot shields for glasses at this point. Certainly does look that way, doesn't it? Let's go to Rev's page. Let's see. Oh, here it is. VTuber's insane crash out instantly ruined her life.
Hey, what's up, guys, over here? So normally I use this meme format as a joke about the person I'm talking about, like, oh, things are so bad for them. Well, guess what?
She claims she won't have a phone, then posts a pic of supposedly herself in the hospital. Totally sus. Yeah. What was it that, Stefan Molyneux said earlier when we were talking about environmentalist claims? Yeah, life gets a lot simpler and more comprehensible when you realize that most people happily lie without a single shred of conscience.
I'm the joke today. That's right. Things are really bad for me because I have to look at the absurdity of the VTubing scene and the absolutely diabolical stuff we're going to cover today. Now, there's many things I've seen today that are not the main focus of this channel, but I'm just giving you a heat check on how the VTubing scene is doing today. So, Chibidoki said Happy Men's Day because apparently this is International Men's Day to celebrate men and to be kind towards them. And she said, I'm buying my dad flowers today. This series of tweets would get her backlash. Yes, she got backlash for saying Happy Men's Day and that she's gonna buy her dad some flowers. Now, this is a bit of a morbid thing, but go buy your father, your friend, whoever, some flowers. Because often with men, the only time they get flowers is at their funeral.
I mean, yeah. No lies detected here. Honestly, we need to make that more of a habit. I think it's more of a habit in Eastern European countries and in Russia, where it's men who receive flowers, at least on occasion. Facts have never had flowers. Yeah, you know what? We need to normalize men receiving flowers as gifts. I think it's rather nice. I like flowers. I don't know about anyone else, but I rather like flowers. They're lovely to look at. They've got a pleasant scent. They just sort of lift your spirits whenever you see them. We should normalize men receiving flowers. I think that would be a very good thing if we normalized that as a society. Particularly, women giving men flowers. Because Lord knows we get women flowers all the time. We men gift flowers to the women in our lives all the time. I think it's about time we turn the tables on that and start normalizing men receiving flowers as gifts. Reminds me of that Benito Rizzolini gift. I don't think I've seen that one. I don't know what that is. I like lilacs and lavender. I'd IRL pog if someone gave me either. Oh, there you have it. Someone needs to give our brand Maktai here a bouquet of lilacs and lavender flowers so he can make an IRL poggy's face. I think that would be very nice. I'm sure Brian would appreciate it too.
No, morbid, sad, but just keep that in mind. And then I saw this with Twitch. It's VTuber Week. Did you know? It's VTuber Week, guys. Gear up. It's very ironic.
Oh, yes, VTuber Week over at Twitch, the platform that seems to have an absolute hate boner for VTubers and treats them like shit and bans them for the absolute bullshit of reasons. And oh, yeah, it's VTuber Week, and we only do VTuber Week related content for maybe a day or two before we're back to the usual bullshit. I know, yeah, pay no attention to the fact that we're not promoting small creators, we're just promoting the big ones, and especially the agency talents. Pay no attention to the fact we're just using this as a pretense to start plugging the fact that HoloLive is going to start streaming on Twitch. But hey, it's VTuber Week.
That Twitch is trying to pretend like they actually care about VTubers, and they got noted. Oh, what a beautiful note we saw right here. Twitch has sustained a culture of discrimination against VTubers, which disproportionately strict rules on attire, arbitrary bans without explanation, and recently throwing away gifts left for VTubers by fans at TwitchCon 2025. And just when you thought things couldn't get worse, we got the main story for today.
Olga Okami, fantastic streamer, more of a V-tweeter these days because mainly due to her health, but she's an absolutely lovely person and fantastic streamer. Yeah, lets women show hole for artistic reasons, no punishment. VTuber thigh banned. Yeah, that's how it works over there.
Here is a too long didn't read version of events. Female VTubers caught doing bad things for clout. They double down, and they use their mental illness as a shield. They get criticized for that. And then they say, uh-oh, I'm in the hospital, and then post a picture of themselves, even though they say they have
deja vu, the feeling you've heard this crap before.
No phone access. Yup, that's the real story today, involving this VTuber named Cha Cha Chilla,
This bitch.
who posted this now infamous image right here, where they're quote unquote in the hospital with no phone access.
Is that a hospital room, though? Or is that just a room in your gynecologist office?
Yes. And as we'll see, this is a fake photo. This is not them in the hospital. I can say that with 99% certainty.
Oh, it's just
this
that.
is not them.
It's not them at
and they're
all.
literally posting fake photos of themselves, supposedly in the hospital, to garner sympathy and clout on the internet. So, how did
The absolute craven desire for a tiny little crumb of clout. Particularly by the female of the species, knows absolutely no limits. Jesus.
did this all start? Well, it starts with this now deleted post. Now, it's not a full post here. Luckily, on the mobile version of Twitter, you can actually very quickly take a screenshot of a deleted post. Like, you have a half-second window to take it. So this is what I got, and this is what started everything. So she says this: I tried to talk to Flork, and we'll talk about him in just a second, about one of his talents having a habit of calling people inferior, and how that can seem to disabled people. However, he blocked me and said not to bring up my personal issues with his talents. I believe calling someone inferior is demeaning, as it's historically used context.
And you know what? I don't really care, Margaret. Neither does Flork. So fuck off.
And you can see they got noted, right? This was in Minecraft. I know there's that joke oh, in Minecraft. I want to do X, Y, and Z in Minecraft for legal reasons, right? No, this literally happened in Minecraft. So people are being called inferior in Minecraft. Okay, understand this. So who's Flork?
Sounds like something someone inferior would say. Skill issue. Exactly.
Well, Flork is someone who's very respected in the VTubing scene. He's also the creator of the agency Socks, okay? It's a VTuber agency, and he would respond to what was just stated, saying this: yes, I did snap at you in DMs because you were told not to contact me anymore prior to this. The Lucius team investigated the first piece of evidence you showed them regarding ad-free, and it was not even them speaking, video included. Their team there gave you the statement on what was happening. It was a roleplay in a Minecraft faction roleplay. And I will...
So it was all just play and pretend anyway. She just decided she wanted to get offended over a bit of role-playing. Getting offended over fiction. Where have we seen that before?
wholeheartedly back my talent that they did nothing wrong, especially in a 4-second out of context clip you originally showed, because that was the original post. When you go back to this right here, it was a 4-second clip of one of the talents from this agency calling someone inferior. And in fact, the VTuber they're calling out wasn't even the one who said it. Okay, so this is happening in a Minecraft role-playing scenario. And this person is trying to cancel a random VTuber, actually, and their entire agency over someone being called inferior in Minecraft.
Treating guys.
They're wild.
Guys, they're like,
gotta give them a
yeah,
pass.
what's happening with that?
Brains are a little smaller.
Dude, that's gonna oh my god,
I was never a wilder, thank you very much.
yeah, it's true. I never.
So Cha-Cha comes back with the
I'm not hearing any talk of inferior unless it was way off in the distance. Yeah, not finding it. I'm offended by make-believe. Gives you cheated on me in my dream vibes. I think my ex-wife tried that on me one time. The whole I had a dream that you cheated on me. To which I said, well, it's a good thing that was just in a dream. And that it's not real and didn't actually happen. It was just a dream. I kept repeating that over and over again. Just a dream. It's not real. Eventually, she saw sense. For a while, anyway.
Big receipts that prove literally nothing they're trying to say here, but Cha-Cha says, actually, that's not what you said. So, Flork says, hi, Cha-Cha, I will admit I'm a little uncomfortable with your messages right now. I've been extremely busy because of corpo work and my other work, though earlier in the year,
I'm busy
I had more
and
time, so I was able to message
basically, I'm busy and you bother me with this shit, go away.
A bit more freely. I have not had that free time lately. Me not constantly DMing you is not a personal thing. However, because of this, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable to keep up communication.
In other words, you're being a crazy bitch in my DMs, and I'm going to need you to stop that or I'm going to block you.
What's the message here, guys? He's saying
that she's being a crazy bitch.
I don't want to talk to you anymore. In a very polite way.
Yes, a very polite way of saying you're a psychotic bitch and I don't want to talk to you anymore.
And as Flork would point out, that's pretty clearly, don't message me anymore. And Cha-Cha says that's not what you said. You said you're not sure. Be clear, communicate like an adult. Oh my gosh.
I mean, I don't know how much clearer you get that without being totally blunt of stop fucking DMing me. And they were pretty clear right there, saying, don't message me anymore. Yeah, totally a professional. I'd rather not talk to you, loony ass.
This person's giving lessons about what is mature, by the way. Especially when you're
She wouldn't know maturity if it came up and bit her in her ass.
Communicating with someone who's told you they're autistic in the past. They are...
Oh, so communicate like an adult, but also you need to make accommodations for her. Got it. She wants to have it both ways. And she's not getting it both ways.
Weaponizing. They're using...
And we can tell we can tell how this leads to the crash out.
Their disabilities as a shield for any feedback.
The good old autistic defense shield.
They're getting. But, of course, a lot of people weighed in, okay? Alien Mixture said to the now deleted post, honestly, if stuff like this bothers you, then maybe you shouldn't join a RP team versus team server. This was all in good fun and clearly elementary playground school banter. You in this scenario were very immature. You called ad-free out in public, you messaged Flork when you clearly were told to stop, and you were making a big deal out of what was supposed to be a fun and wonderful experience. Step back and really ask yourself if this is worth it. Here's another post saying, if you can't handle being called anything worse than stinky, I fear the internet may not be for you. It was playful banter.
Yes, because believe me, people can call you a lot worse than stinky. By the way, I have grown to really loathe this sort of baby talk that has come out of the VTuber community. Use of words like stinky and heckin' and umphies and cozy and all this other shit. I'm really getting tired of it. This sort of infantilization talk. I see it and I read it and something visceral and violent just starts to boil up inside me. It's just, it's something that's so visceral in me. It was like, you are grown-ass fucking adults and you talk like little children. What the fuck is wrong with you? Grow up. The internet isn't for everyone. Cha-Cha fits into the group that shouldn't be there. Yeah, she just needs to graduate, delete her accounts, go outside and touch grass. The internet is not a place for her. If this is how she thinks, she's not going to have a good time. She's clearly not going to have a good time.
They were treating you like they treat others. Normal and like everyone else. Is that not what you want? And here's a post of them saying, when the other teams called us stinky, that was fine. When they called us stupid, I didn't really like it. But I didn't say acting. It was being called inferior. That's wrong.
Again, spoken like somebody who is inferior. And also, all of that was absolutely fucking stupid. What a blithering idiot she is.
Now, Cha-Cha would start running out some defense for themselves, saying, I think it's weird that people act like they're better than you and literally call you inferior to your face and then act like you're the problem. Inferior. In Minecraft. Literally. We're talking about skills in Minecraft. In a role-playing event. Unbelievable. And then this. Basically saying, like, you know, maybe take a step back, and they say, Cha-Cha says, calling people inferior has such a negative historical context with Nazis, disabled people, and such.
That's when you know it's derailed. You start bringing up the Nazis. Yeah. Acting like children is the ploy. It draws in guys who like cute things as well as pee-pee touches. It's a marketing thing that has problematic implications. I hate that I'm using that word. I mean, if the shoe fits. I suppose, yeah, it is a marketing thing, but I just get tired of it. Especially when I realize that, you know, we're all adults here, or we're supposed to be all adults here. And you can have cute things and pee-pee touches without shit that's problematic. And I also hate using that word. Because it's cringe, and it's gay, and it's retarded.
Personally, I'd never use it. But if you want to and think that's okay, that's on you. They are comparing themselves. I can't even...
I guess they're comparing themselves to disabled people and to Jews, I guess? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they're on about. All I know is that they have just completely killed all the conversation with bringing up the Austrian painter party.
Words I want to say right now. And none... Can you believe this person? This is...
Unfortunately, yes, I can.
Sorry, I had to cut there for a second because I didn't want to get banned on YouTube, but...
I also see what you did there, Rev. Now don't fucking gaslight us. Your spectacles got bigger. You cranked up the amplification times 1000. I see what you're fucking doing. Yeah, everything's a genocide to these people, yeah.
Cha-Cha would make a response basically saying, I'm sorry for all of this happening in this SMP, and they're frustrated, and their frustration turned into anger, and then they say, I also want to say that someone being called inferior really hit them hard because they're disabled.
Okay. Again, if a simple word like inferior hits you so hard, you've got bigger problems. Yeah, he's seeing things in 8K. Got the 8K goggles on.
Oh boy. We are starting the Oppression Olympics right here, okay?
Yeah.
And one of the people involved with this collaboration would come out and add some context where they say that Cha-Cha had died the night before, which meant that they were using her items since she had no need for them. And her character that she was role-playing as was a dementia-ridden old lady, so she was running...
Oh, but that's not problematic. No problematic anything with that.
Around like that and had no idea what she was talking about. And then there's this clip where the person who's so upset about the use of inferior as a joke in Minecraft also called this individual a bitch in this clip right here.
Oh, okay. So calling someone a bitch is all right. But oh my god, somebody calls you inferior and it's an absolute fucking genocide.
Please, I'm alive.
Why?
I'm alive, bitch.
Whoa.
Yeah. Calm down there. Language.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, I was joking. That was funny. That was funny.
Now you're not getting your abs back. It's mine now.
Yeah. You called her a bitch. So you're not getting your things back.
So now we get into the really spicy part. So timestamps are important here. So at 12:15 p.m.
Yes, a rules for thee, but not for me moment. Mm-hmm.
They post this eulogy saying, "I feel so empty. I've lost everything, and I really have nobody to blame but myself."
For God's sakes, you haven't lost it. Well, maybe you have lost everything at this point. But you know what? You fucking deserved it. Because you're being a cunt. But you're right. You have nobody to blame but yourself.
I will say I genuinely thought using inferior was bad, but when everyone disagrees with you, it's time to take a step back and reevaluate. I'm not perfect and I make mistakes. I will say I saw...
She absolutely sounds like the sort of person that would work in an HR department in some sort of corpo job. When you see shit like this. This just seems like HR cat lady bullshit. I feel like as we read this, we're going to lose brain cells.
Apollo's post, and I never doxed anyone.
Where's the ukulele? Bad apology, 0 out of 10.
Nor did Revenge Poontang. That's going too far. Please provide evidence. Okay, there's a lot of rumors going around about this Cha-Cha person and some insane behavior they're doing. We're gonna see a little bit of that.
Oh, so she pulled an Akemi Kurai then. Allegations that she has pulled an Akemi. That's wild. That's wild stuff. It's almost like it's a pattern of behavior with really mentally unbalanced people that have no business having an internet connection or access to social media.
But if you're facing allegations of posting revenge, why would you ask someone to post evidence? Doesn't that seem a little bit backwards? But
yeah, the evidence would violate TOS, which that's exactly the point. They say, please provide evidence. You can't really provide evidence without breaking TOS on practically any fucking platform. And they know that. And they know that people aren't going to break the rules like that. And so, yeah, then she's just setting up a situation where she, quote-unquote, wins. Nines didn't deserve that. She did not deserve that. Thankfully, it's, as I said in the last stream, it only made us stronger. Because the baddies They just took the best shot, and it wasn't enough. And she's still standing. And now she is kind of taking that Tyrion Lannister approach of just wear it like armor, and it can never be used to hurt you. And good for her. It's only made her stronger, it's only increased her follow count, and people see that she's pretty fucking awesome. Oh, Brandmac, thank you for the gift sub to Anglo there. Anglo, enjoy your subscription there, courtesy of our Brandmac Tire. But yeah, that was the whole thing. I did see that she had a tweet earlier today. I think it's a brilliant idea. Most people know with Nines' model, she's got those fox slippers, those really cute fox slippers. They haven't been made into merch yet, but she was retweeting. There's a limited run thing, I think it's with Uwu Market, from Rosie Belmu, of these cute little cow slippers. And she's like, holy shit, we need to do that with the fox slippers on my model. And I think that is just absolutely the most brilliant idea I've ever seen. I might actually want to get a pair of those fox slippers myself because they look ever so comfy. So yeah, we need to make that happen somehow. Community needs to band together, and we need to help Nines make that a reality. We need Foxu house slippers. Can't sub from the phone for some reason, so I figured I'd gift one. I appreciate it, nevertheless. You can always subscribe whenever you get back to your desktop or your laptop.
They continue on saying, I'm taking a step back from the internet. I feel like I just need to delve deeper into therapy about my impulsiveness and my sadness that turns into anger. I made a very impulsive mistake last night, so this is the last time I'll have access to my phone for a while. I don't know when or if I'll be back. I'm sorry I caused so much drama, and sorry to those I hurt. Well, if you didn't hurt...
You could have just said, I'm sorry, I need to put the phone down and go outside and touch some grass. The wall of text, not necessary. We don't need a college dissertation. Just say, my bad, I fucked up, everybody. I'm going to put the phone down for a bit. I'm going to go out and touch some grass. Talk to you later. And most people would have been fine with that. Most people would have been absolutely fine with that. But no, this is trying to get some internet clout, get some sympathy from people. This is farming.
Hurt anyone? Why are you apologizing for hurting people? But anyways, that was at 12:15 p.m. And then at 12:36 p.m., so about 20 minutes later, they say, I'll be heading off to the hospital soon and won't have access to my phone. And they got noted. Okay.
The picture OP provided in the subtweet is not them. It is highly likely they are lying for pity. They are a known liar to gain social equity. Damn. These community notes can be quite savage sometimes. I'm thankful that my shit has never really been community noted, touch wood. Yeah, the sympathy market has run dry, not a good route to take. It really has. It's... After a while, the same old tricks are just not going to work on people. And you're going to get called out for it. And it's just... It's not going to work. It works until it doesn't.
You see where this is going, right? Then, at 12:50 p.m., roughly 20 minutes later, they say, since people don't believe me, with a picture of themselves... Supposedly.
Yes,
in
supposedly.
The hospital. Now, of course, this same person said 20 minutes ago they wouldn't have access to their phone, but then they posted a
no access to their mobile, and yet
photo of themselves in the hospital. A very speedy set of events here. And if you notice, right here, you see this? Behind the emoji.
Looks like hair. Hair from a person.
You can see some hair.
Yeah.
And it's pink. Very clearly pink hair.
I don't know about very clearly. I couldn't tell that it's pink. From my angle, it just looks like black hair. Raven black hair. Emotional manipulation only works when people don't know they're being manipulated, but when it happens so often, people become inoculated. Yeah. Eventually, we all just become inoculated and numb to it. We figured out the game. And it stops working.
Now, looking at this person's account.
Oh, look at that. They've either got a tendency to dye their hair, or that's the natural hair color of blonde. How very interesting.
Here's a photo of them from October. So
it doesn't look like a wig.
Literally a month ago to the date. And they had short brown hair.
Aha. Is that brown? It looks blonde to me.
So clearly these are not the same two people.
Rev, I wonder if you're colorblind. Some gremlin probably used the dropper tool in Photoshop. Internet sleuths are scary. Could be.
Unless she got, like, I don't know, like a wig or extensions or something, but that's highly unlikely. And someone pointed this out, basically saying the picture is not her. She doesn't have pink dyed hair. Her hair is natural brown / dark blonde mix. Seeing what she looked like in Zentreya, very popular YouTuber or VTuber, off-Kai stream, where she heavily self-promoted herself to the point that both Zen and our favorite Monarch got uncomfortable. This is
got a bit too heavy with the self-promotion. Made the hosts uncomfortable. That is definitely a faux pas.
Is a fake picture. And I do believe with very heavy certainty that this is in fact a fake photo. And someone pointed out the timeline of events. I've been trying to really press this. So originally, I'll be heading to the hospital soon. 14 minutes later, gets hooked up to a heart rate and blood pressure monitor and posts a picture that might not even be hers.
Yeah, things aren't adding up. And doesn't matter where you are, whether you're in the UK, US, I think this even applies to hospitals in continental European countries. And those of you in the rest of the world, I don't think there's anywhere in the world you can get into a hospital that quickly, into an emergency room at A&E, and about 15-20 minutes after walking through the doors, you're being hooked up to heart rate and blood pressure monitors. Yeah, I just don't think that's how that works in non-ambulatory situations. If she were being taken to hospital in an ambulance, okay, possibly we could see that working out. I have in a military hospital, but that's not the norm. No, definitely not the norm. And then 8 minutes after getting hooked up to a heart rate and blood pressure monitor, I've been at the hospital, didn't want to specify, but I'm heading to a psych ward. Yeah, that's also very unrealistically quick.
8 minutes later, I've been at the hospital. I didn't want to specify, but I'm heading to the psych ward, which is another deleted tweet in this series of events. Basically, none of this is believable. And here's another reply saying, you're an embarrassment to the disabled VTuber community. Your disability is not an excuse to lie and manipulate people on the internet. You are giving us a bad rep. Please seek some actual mental help respectfully. And here's another person, Apollo, who was involved. We saw this name mentioned earlier.
Getting some buff pup vibes from Apollo here.
Who would weigh in with some interesting things. Okay, so apparently this person also goes by the name, or used to go by the name of Bunny Alisu. And Apollo says this.
Oh, so she rebranded. Started out as Bunny Alisu and then became Cha-Cha Chiller.
I was nice, respectful, and tried to be a friend. At the time, I wanted to get you help. You harassed me and my friends and so many others for years. You have doxed real-life faces and names, bullied, spread lies, and got blacklisted from Mythos, a VTuber agency, for a good reason. I gave them a 10-plus page document. When we didn't give you what you wanted, you did revenge adult content.
So she did pull an Akemi Kurai. Wow. That is wild.
Every single time I had someone or something awesome happen to me, you got butthurt with my success early on.
Yeah, I had people in my orbit that were like that, to where I couldn't celebrate any W's because they'd start sliding into my DMs and bitching to me about something, or making up some shit of, some perceived wrongdoing that I had done. Eventually, I just cut those people out of my life and blocked them. I just got to the point that if you are responsible for throwing a wet blanket on things when it's a time to celebrate, I'm freezing you out. You're gone. These were people who, it turned out later on, they were rather disturbed individuals. One of them in particular, I believe, had like borderline personality disorder or something like that, or they were bipolar. And I had no fucking clue. But yeah, when I was trying to just celebrate certain wins in my VTuber career, they wanted to come in and throw a wet blanket on things and get pissy with me about some sort of perceived wrong that they made up in their head about me. And I finally just said, yeah, you know what? I don't want you around anymore. Goodbye. If people... It's a litmus test. If people can't celebrate the win with you, they don't belong in your life. Misery loves company, yeah. But I definitely did not love their company, so I gave them the gift of goodbye.
You shared it everywhere, and people saw that side of me. You took my power, and just 2 days before TwitchCon, where I wanted to see people for the first time, my first event, I had to listen to so many people saying they were on my side and that they saw it. I didn't want to hear that. I didn't want that. But you didn't stop there. You kept harassing me for months on end because I wasn't flinching in public and you had to make videos, accounts, and spreading it all over Mythos, I didn't feel safe anymore. I was overwhelmed. I couldn't even stream properly because of you. I lost a lot of things, and it harmed me. So, pretty serious stuff being weighed in here, but another post saying, oh, so this is where you've been hiding. This is the girl who crashed a dinner party a friend and I hosted back in TwitchCon Vegas.
Oh my.
Never paid her part of the bill. Irresponsibly drank with strangers during the event, to which a good handful of the group brought her back to her hotel, only then to say, we abandoned you because one of the men felt uncomfortable spending the night with you after you mixed your meds with alcohol.
Oh,
also
no.
followed my friend group.
Oh, this is not a well person that we're dealing with. This is a very sick, troubled individual. Yeah. Lord only knows how often this has happened with her before. This is just the one that we know about.
For the whole day around the event out of nowhere. Got one of their real-life phone numbers somehow to harass them in sakes of clearing your name.
No, there's no clearing your name. You just walk away. Leave them alone. If they don't like you, they don't like you. Move on.
Multiple rumors about the majority of my friends, as well as myself, have sent lewd photos of yourself to me with zero consent, to which you have since deleted.
Yeah, if it's not okay for men to send unsolicited dick pics, it's not okay for women to send lewd photos of themselves to someone unsolicited. That is not okay. This goes both ways. That is not okay.
Have tried self-inviting yourself to gaming lobbies I hosted with friends, have harassed and stalked multiple people I care about. You have doxed my friends and sent me private messages from some of my friends out of the context in trying to clear your name. I've had so many bridges burned because of you. I will not tolerate you trying to blame your behavior on incredible people that have done nothing but to help you. So yeah, I'm in pain.
Gosh. Sounds about as crazy as one of my exes.
Just reading through all this stuff, exhausting. This person is using their disability as a shield for any sort of criticism they are receiving.
That definitely sounds like one of my exes.
And there's a lot of very disturbing things being raised by people who clearly don't want to even...
Not that Cha-Cha-Chilla is my ex. Just so we're clear on that. I don't know who she is. Never collabed with them. Never met them. Never talked to them. Don't want to have anything to do with them either, especially after seeing all this. Jesus Christ. I can believe Cha-Cha is mentally ill, but a mental health industry has too much soft affirmation that never corrects behavior. I tend to agree with Asmon's take. We need asylums again. We really do. We really do. We need to make asylums great again, because there's a lot of people who are just fruity as a nutcake, and they need to be in a padded room and just left there and heavily medicated and kept out of sight and out of mind for polite society.
Bring these things public. Okay, they are in a corner and they are now defending themselves because this person allegedly has done some crazy stuff behind the scenes, and somehow they are the victim. Yeah. That's it. That's all I got for today. Exhausting. That's all I can say. Exhausting.
Yeah.
This whole situation
don't blame
is
you, lad.
exhausting.
Don't blame you.
Anyways, that's gonna do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah. All right. Post this into chat. Give that a like. And now let's go back to By the way, Action, whenever you watch this, make sure that you include both Rev Says Desu videos in one video that I can upload to the channel, please. Just a little note for you there, Action. Okay, so there's that. Now let's get back to this other video. She attacked VTubers and instantly found out.
Just to say, but they've made a response, and they're now claiming they're going to take the VTuber Apollo to court, and they are trying to get people to crowdfund their lawyer fees.
That's not how that works, dear. You're not in Japan. Truth is an absolute defense, especially in Western countries. I don't know which one she's in, if she's in America or Canada or whatever, but no, just no. That's not how any of that works. You have... It's like the Obi-Wan Kenobi line. All of this, you have done that yourself. You're claiming that Apollo has turned everyone against you. You have done that yourself. Thank you, editor. Indeed, Action is fantastic. And does absolute yeoman's work, and especially on tight timelines too. Yeah.
You are literally better off burning your money than sending it to this person.
Yes. Burn it, flush it down the loo, whatever. This is a waste of... You are wasting your time. And you are wasting the time of the courts and of your solicitor.
Just to make it clear, I don't think anyone watching this video is going to do this, but please understand that if you're going to give money to this individual, you're better off just burning it, okay? It's that bad. And then, yesterday also, we talked about the fact that it's International Men's Day, where people are celebrating men. And here's...
Based Neven. Fantastic content creator. We reacted to one of her videos that was about the Kitsura Nines situation. Absolutely based. Fantastic VTuber. Sad Men's Day. Hope you all... Wolski, analysis. 100% retard, sir. Yeah.
There's a VTuber saying,
It's that bicycle meme. They should stick in the spokes. Why has Apollo done this to me?
all men, you should off yourselves. Anyways, here
moving
is
on.
The beginning, the focus point, starting with this portion right here, this squid individual, a person with 5 following. I don't trust anyone who follows a single-digit number of people.
Yeah, I really don't trust that. Also, that's... I could tell you some stories about this particular person. I'm not going to get into those because I'm just not going to... I'm not going to give her the attention that she craves so desperately. But if you know, you know.
That's weird. But this person came out with a video attacking VTubers who she believes are lolly VTubers. Let's hear this obnoxious clip.
What does goon mean? And why does everybody keep saying they're doing it to me? Goon means what? Chat, bro, you guys better stop it. Stop it right now. You guys are lewd. Stop it. Okay, chat, this is my real voice. I used to get bullied for it a lot, but I think it's just because people are so...
To her credit, this is decent voice acting. Would be better without the nose ring.
jealous, because my voice just sounds so small and cute like a baby. Stop calling me fun size. I'm not fun size. I'm only this many apples tall. Chat, I'm gonna show feet and tummy. Because I'm so cute. I hope nobody clips me. Yes, tell me.
I'm such a lewd tuber. I'm so lewd. Booba. Thighs. Thick thighs. Oh, why is anybody laughing? Guys, the joke is sex.
Wow. 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 Chat, stop saying I'm cute.
Was this supposed to be amusing? A voice acting aside, nose ring detected, opinion rejected. Yeah. I mean, mind you, unless their name is Samiko Saba, I'm probably not going to be interested in content like this. But you know, if that is your thing, you do you, boo. You do you. I'm not gonna shame you for it. To each his own.
When I do it. I'm an angry gremlin. And I'm gonna bite you with my chompers.
You're a little too good at that. I feel like you've had a lot of practice at this, but of course,
yes.
This individual is attacking other VTubers, calling them Diddy Blood Alert.
I don't know what the fuck that even means. Oh. Got triggered by something Elf and Psyop said. What's up with all these black people hating on lollies?
Obviously implying this person is a predator. Okay? While also saying they don't use Twitter.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do.
Just blow in from Stupid Town? You're literally on Twitter. But anyways, they're implying this person is a predator over anime. This is your room.
Wow. That sure is a lot of anime. Plastered all over your walls. And your ceiling. And your fucking door. And your microphone.
This right here is
yeah, amazing self-report
your
there.
room.
Diddy blood would mean like kin of Diddy. Oh, okay. As they say in the movie Airplane, I don't speak jive. I bet it's on the floor too. Probably.
That has about a dozen underage anime girls sexualized. So you're calling...
Though this could... Given that her fingers are getting cut off here, this could... And the microphone arm, this could very well be a green screen that we're looking at.
Calling people predators over anime, and this is your room. Think of the...
Nevertheless, choosing this as a background for your own streaming activities... that is a choice. Also, I'm sure we'll get into this eventually. Gosh, I hope we do. Fursuit Fund? What the fuck's up with this? Well, what is this shit over here? What's up with this?
Greasiest lolicon you know. Their room doesn't even look this bad. Okay? This person is floor to ceiling, putting sexualized underage anime girls on any surface available. But this person is calling you a Diddy blood over anime. Interesting. Very interesting. Then we have another person attacking the VTuber who was being slandered, where the VTuber said, yes, because my voice makes me age down to a literal toddler. Adults can have soft voices too, by the way. Y'all are retarded.
It's true.
And this person says, you're a pedophile and will be putting people like you in camps soon.
So they're a pedo because they've got a soft voice. Didn't know the bar was that low. Though methinks Mr. Corvid here is projecting a bit. Would be quite curious to see what is on his hard drive.
Wow. Totally normal response. What are you going to do about this person?
Yeah, what about her? Or does she get a pass because she's black? Is that how this works?
What are you gonna do about them? Yeah. No offense, man. I don't think you have the arm strength to put anyone in a camp.
No, you don't. Again, someone please check his hard drive.
Look, what is this? Anyways, here's another individual to enter the scene. Someone named Afro Warlock, saying, nah, self-reporting is crazy work. Some more Zoomer terminology here. And this person is interesting, to say the very least, okay? They actually posted the video from the other content creator, and they basically stole the credit and the clout, and then said, oh, I have no idea, this person was on Twitter, go follow them. Yeah, you could be a bit confused because this person says they're not on Twitter.
Except they are on Twitter, and they do have a handle. And yeah, forgot to give attribution. Huh. Interesting.
While they're, of course, on Twitter. But I would make fun of this Afro VTuber individual, but they don't make any content, so there's...
Yeah, they're a V-tweeter. They claim that they're a VTuber, but let's just be fucking real. They've been on Twitch... how long? And no videos found. $200 followers, which we're not going to follow shame here. But yeah, it doesn't seem like you're really serious about being a VTuber. Seems like you're more into V-tweeting for internet clout.
Really nothing to really go off of, but instead they said gay Nicki Minaj fans will still say she's the queen.
Oh, is that because she's choosing to speak out about Christians being persecuted and murdered in certain African countries? So that just makes all of her fans gay, and she's not worth listening to. And I suppose while we're at it, we shouldn't care that Christians are being persecuted in some part of the world. This Afro VT just sounds like an absolute NPC. 200 with zero content is wild, no shame, just how? You know, they might be following them just for the day that they actually do decide to put out some fucking content. So that could be it. I don't know.
Referring to this, hey guys, what do you think Nicki Minaj, the musician, said that is deserving of this call out?
Well, I think we all know.
What did Nicki Minaj do?
Spoke at the United Nations on behalf of the Trump administration. So committed the cardinal sin, and they can't have that. And so I'm sure in the eyes of Afro VT, in the words of Joe Biden, she ain't black anymore. She's wandered off the plantation, and so now she needs to be targeted for complete and total destruction.
She called out the beheading of Nigerian Christians.
Nigeria, that's it.
Yes. This is why this person is mad at Nicki Minaj, because she is calling out the persecution and murder of African Christians. Now, I would say, Nicki Minaj, I was not familiar with your game, but, like, all honesty, she's been doing great stuff for a long time. Like, don't judge a book by its cover. She's been...
Yeah, she has... Definitely don't judge a book by its cover with her. She is her own person, mind of her own, and, yeah. Sort of a strange bedfellows alert. You wouldn't expect someone like her, built a career off the music that she's done, to be such a passionate defender of the faith. And yet, here we are. Genocide bad, unless white or Christian, apparently. Apparently.
Paying off people's college tuition if they're getting good grades. She's...
Oh, she did that as well. Well done. That is using her wealth and position for good.
Been calling out stuff for a very long time. So, you know what? Credit where credit is due. She is doing something that is full of conviction and courage. It's courage.
Frankly, I hope that she's remembered for things like this rather than her music. I have never listened to music by Nicki Minaj. It's obviously not something I would be interested in. Frankly, I hope that speaking out on behalf of persecuted Christians worldwide and acts of generosity, like what she's done in the past, I hope that is what she's remembered for, more than anything. Because that's a real legacy right there.
Courageous to say what she's saying right here. It's sad that it is courageous, but it is, okay? It is a leap of faith that she's making. And people...
She's speaking out on behalf of Christians. And she has worked in a business in the part of the world very much dominated by non-Christians and by a lot of ungodly people, in the most literal sense of the word. So, what she is doing is actually and unironically stunning and brave.
People they're mad at her. They're mad at her and calling her a racist for calling out the persecution.
Wait, whoa. Now, I thought, in the modern definition of racism, when it comes to power dynamics, that black people couldn't be racist. According to their standards, that was supposed to be impossible. But it just goes to show you that, one, they don't care about your standards of hypocrisy. And number two, words are just a means to deceive people and get what they want.
Of African Christians. Let that sink in. Please, let that sink in. But now we have a new opponent entering the Thunderdome, Yay J Bay. This person is...
that name sounds cringe.
Really upset, and they made this post right here saying, time to bring this one back.
If you make your VTuber look like a child, you're weird. I'm not talking about a chibi or a petite
Funny, I think you're the weird one here.
adult model. I mean, you are pretending to be a kid online. And I know you're only doing it because unfortunately these sickos fund it, and you have people creating NSFW content of that child model. Oh, they can't control what they do. You can't control a community. If you had
You can't. You can't control what other people do.
build your community with Epstein's client list, yes, you could!
Rev switching back to the 8K glasses. By the way, hear me out. Thank you for the follow.
Well, it looks like Yay J Bay is a bit mad about this situation. That's okay. Some people are criticizing her model, right? And look, you know, there's some things I forget about with.
Ma'am, I mean this with no offense, but you should probably focus more on fixing whatever the hell is going on with your model's eyes than what people are doing with their designs. You look like you're trying to read a teleprompter on the goddamn ceiling.
My own model, right? Like toggles, right? Apparently.
Yeah. How about those toggles, Rev? How about those giant 8K goggle toggles? What's up with that?
I kind of forgot. Look at that. I have toggles for this.
Oh, yeah, you can do an Angie face. I can do that too. I've got toggles. Let's see. Oh, shit. See if I can pull up the, yeah, here we go. That one you can't see. Or that one. This you can see. I've got toggles. Got my, halo here. Little nod to the character of Simon Templar, the Saint from Leslie Charteris novels. I've got my scared face. Shit's frightening me out of my wits. And then I've got my own Angie face. Probably should have kept this one on throughout the whole segment. But I don't want my face to get stuck that way, so.
Bay is a bit mad about this situation. That's okay.
Give it a second, welcome in. Hello, Rex. Sorry I'm late. Busy time for streamers I watch. That's perfectly fine. We're on multiple platforms here, and all of them have VODs that become available immediately after stream. So, if you're late, then feel free to catch the VOD later. You can get caught up that way. And thank you for the 50 kicks. Thank you so much.
Some people are criticizing her model, right? And look, you know, there's some things I forget about with my own model, right? Like toggles, right? Apparently, I kind of forgot. Look at that. I have toggles.
Got an Angie face.
Angry,
impressive.
Sad. Unfortunately, the
sad
sad version doesn't actually have any sort of a motion with the actual speech here, because
yeah, no lip movement. Might need to get with a rigor on that.
You know, look at it. I mean, come on, man. But anyways, yeah. There's a big problem.
That should be an easy fix,
when
though.
You're calling people like predators over fictional content, and then you do
and then you yourself are a fucking footy. Wow. Going around calling people members of Epstein's client list and calling them fucking pedos, and you're a goddamn footy. The absolute cheek on this woman. There's a theory that Rev's glasses are the same size, but his body changes size. That's possible. I could believe that. Sort of grows bigger or smaller, almost like Ultraman or something.
Dance along to...
That would be a neat part. I'm sure he would... He seems like the type that would be an Ultraman and Tokusatsu fan. Maybe. I don't know.
Lollygod Requiem. I'll play it for a second.
Oh.
What are you doing, Chief?
Yeah.
Like, literally, what
are you doing there?
doing?
What the fuck are you doing?
This is basically the Lolicon anthem, okay?
Yeah. Is it? Wait, I don't fucking know.
134 million views on this very clearly pro-Lolicon song and music video.
Okay.
And you decided to do
a
trend relating to that, and then you're upset because people are mocking.
That song slaps unironically. Does it? I'll have to give it a listen later.
You for your hypocrisy, as pointed out here.
Kazana.
So let me get this straight. The song mentions lolly multiple times in the dance. The song is called Lollygod Requiem.
I'm saying this now, fuck Rev. Okay. Cool opinion, bro? Sorry. It's fine. Yeah. Everyone's got a right to their opinion. We're just reacting to it for the content. So do try not to spurg out. Also, nice voice changer, I guess. Are you talking about my voice or Rev's voice? Because this is not a voice changer. And I must admit, I rather resent the notion that I'm being accused of using a voice changer. Okay, bro. Let's see, where are you at? Hear me out. You seem like the type that's going to cause me some trouble. I sound very familiar. You sound very familiar. Okay. Yeah. You must be doing something right if you've got random haters popping in. Perhaps so. Was just searching. Well, I hate Rev, not you. Okay, good to hear. But we're still going to watch the video and react to it. I know who Rev is, don't know who you are though. Well, quick introduction for you. I'm Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman VTuber. And we're doing some video reacts. And we happen to be doing some video reacts to Rev Says Desu. Fuck the racist people though, damn Twitter. Okay. Yeah, you seem like you're a bit of a troll, which, you know, I'm known to troll the haters from time to time. But yeah, hear me out. You're not... Yeah, quite right, Joe. Stop having Tourette's in chat. Yeah, you sound like you're... You sound like you're sort of... You sound like you're trouble. You sound like you're going to give me trouble over the long term. And you're failing the vibe check. So, you know what? We are going to remove your balls, and we are going to cast you out into the Shadow Realm. So, goodbye. That works too. Yeah, I tend to make short work of people like that.
The original dance is done by a lolly. A lolicon made the song, and somehow, through all of it, you still didn't know. I find that hard to believe, because this person is denying the possibility that they're a hypocrite.
their gotcha moment right now is I did the like lolicami dance. I'll be honest, I didn't know what the fucking song was when I did it. It was just a trend that I saw everybody who had.
Are you sure about that, dear? Are you quite sure about that? Not interested in a reasonable debate, just wanted to throw out accusation. Yeah, he just wanted to come in and cause trouble. And other people might farm that sort of thing for content. I'm old, I'm tired, and I have no patience for a lot of other people's bullshit, so straight to the banhammer, straight to the Shadow Realm. Just toss him in the crystal, straight to the Phantom Zone with them, be done with it.
3D models dancing to, and I danced to it as well. And then I found out that it was that song, and I was like, well, I've already posted it. If I delete the post...
Like, oh, well, I already posted it, and it's got views, and it's getting likes, and it's might possibly go viral, so yeah, fuck it, we ball. So it's okay when you do it, right? But it's not okay when other people do it. No, no, no. Can't have that. Again, I would say, what a fucking hypocrite, but she doesn't care about other people's standards of hypocrisy.
Now, all they're gonna be like is, oh, she's deleting it to prove that she was guilty. Like, no! I didn't know about it before, and by the time I found out about it, the post was already, like, old, and, like, people moved on, so I just didn't do anything about it.
So let me get this straight. The woman who is defending herself against her own standards...
Which we would take this a lot more seriously if she wasn't in Freddy mode.
She called people predators over fictional content. She's the same one who did a dance to a lolicon song, and then she's defending herself while using a furry model. Mind blown, ladies and gentlemen, but
yeah,
she's not done. She would cope and seethe, basically saying she doesn't care about what racists and predators have to say about her, but
yeah, because anyone who dares to criticize her is just a racist and a pedo. And they can stay mad, apparently. Even though I don't think they're the ones that are mad here, it's Yeje Bay. It seems like she's the angry one here.
By your own standards, you would be a predator, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're calling people predators over fictional content while consuming the exact same thing.
Yeah. Funny how
I'm
that
sorry
works.
you're getting, like, the treatment you've been asking for, but hey.
Why be sorry about that? She's getting what she fucking deserves. And if anything, she's probably getting off easy.
The comments are destroying this person. Yeah.
But lollies are dog fucker.
Dude, I'm not
Bam.
joking. The VTubing scene has been insufferable.
Yeah.
Absolutely insufferable.
Too many fucking tourists like Yeje Bay there. It's like, sorry you feel that way. Yeah.
Well, worse than normal, by the way. It's actually worse than normal, which is really saying something, but yeah. Also, by the way, sorry if the last, like, 2 or so videos, the audio is a bit loud. Apparently,
is it?
somehow the gain on my mic was kicked up a notch. I'm sorry.
Strob, what have you been doing?
I know it was a bit aggressive the last few days, but it is fixed.
Yes, Rev has been speaking into the microphone very aggressively. Wait a minute, he always does that. But that's alright.
Hopefully it sounds a little bit better. Let me know in the comment section. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Alright, we're giving that a like. We're going to copy the link. Strob's an angel. She wouldn't do anything. Lol, sensual Bible reading with page turning ASMR. Sensual? Don't know about that. She's sworn all that off and left that life behind. Anyways, there's the link. Go give it a like. Let's see what else we can react to. Oh, okay. This is a good one. We can react to this one. And hopefully we can do this without getting some sort of weird copyright strike whenever I go to upload the video. If not, we'll just put it up on Rumble. I did fast forward a little bit just because they had the gun barrel and the James Bond theme playing at the beginning. We talked a bit about favorite James Bond. Mentioned that Brosnan is tops for me, just because he's what I grew up with. But definitely a fondness for Timothy Dalton. I think highly underrated James Bond. Loved him in The Living Daylights. And License to Kill wasn't bad, but I preferred his first film that he did, which was The Living Daylights. It was quite an entrance there, in the whole Gibraltar scene at the beginning. And I love that whenever he lands on the yacht, grabs the cordless phone from the lady, calls in to headquarters, and it's like, yeah, Exercise Control 007 here. We'll report to you back in 1 hour. And she's offers him some champagne. She's like, don't you want to stay a little bit longer? And then he just turns his phone and he's like, yeah, better make that 2. Playing GoldenEye was peak back in the day. It is an absolute travesty and practically a war crime that we don't have a playable version beyond emulation out there of GoldenEye. Along with a lot of the other Bond games that have been really good. Like the ones that Pierce Brosnan was in, like 007 Nightfire. His performance in Doctor Who was spine-chilling. Oh, you mean Timothy Dalton? Yes. I'm trying to remember who he played. But yeah, he was part of the Time Lords Council. But yeah, no, he is Rassilon. Yes, Rassilon the Destroyer. That's right. He was a good Rassilon. Dalton is, and I think that's what lends to his performance, which I do believe is quite an accurate portrayal of what we see in the original Ian Fleming novels. Bond is very much an anti-hero. He is basically, he's a bad guy doing good things. Taking his powers and using them for good for, at the time, it was for Queen and country. But that just means that he is so good at being villains. I mean, he is fucking brilliant. Hey, honestly, he deserved a BAFTA for that one. But anyway. We're going to lean into the whole meme of thing or place, and then thing or place Japan. There is apparently a Japanese James Bond that we've never heard of. And so this is an interesting little movie review from Titan Goji of the film Iron Finger.
James Bond needs no introduction, but I'll give a brief one anyway. Originally based on the works of British espionage novelist Ian Fleming, the James Bond series of films follows, well, James Bond, an MI6 agent known as 007 who travels the world on secret missions to take down terrorists, corrupt politicians, a bald guy in a wheelchair, all for the sake of keeping the world at peace and being a complete womanizer. Needless to say, over 6 decades and 26 films, James Bond left quite an impact on entertainment as we know it.
Why did they make George Lazenby's gun look like it was empty and needed to be reloaded? That was definitely a decision.
Especially in Japan, with Lupin III, City Hunter, and Metal Gear Solid all...
Yeah, all of these inspired by, at least in part, by James Bond. City Hunter is kind of a jokey... It almost seems like this combination of what you would find with James Bond, but also the whole boy-girl detective setup that was really popular, especially on American television in the 80s. You had shows like Remington Steele, which had a much younger Pierce Brosnan. You had Moonlighting with Sybil Shepherd and Bruce Willis. There's one that took more of a spy angle called Scarecrow and Mrs. King. And there were, I think there was a Heart to Heart was another one that had Robert Wagner and Stephanie Powers. And that was two incredibly rich people with nothing else better to do but become private investigators. Yes, Golgo 13 was another good one. Golgo 13, much grittier. So you could see a lot of inspiration, not just from James Bond, but also... I could see a lot of inspiration from performances like Clint Eastwood as Dirty Harry, a lot of Charles Bronson films. Very dark, very gritty, and very much an unforgiving sort of killer. Lupin III might have started out that way, but was more parody, but then Hayao Miyazaki got a hold of the character and definitely redeemed him from what we saw in the manga. Lupin III in the manga was not only ruthless killer, but also quite the sex pest, and in a very bad way. In fact, Monkey Punch said that the depiction of Lupin III in Castle of Cagliostro was so different from what he originally envisioned. He said, had he written the screenplay and the storyboards for Castle of Cagliostro, he would have had Lupin not necessarily save the damsel in distress, but just take advantage of the situation and just take advantage of her sexually. And that sort of thing is just unthinkable in the wholesome eyes of Hayao Miyazaki, who did Castle of Cagliostro. Fantastic film, by the way. Escape from New York for Metal Gear, yes. Snake Plissken, Solid Snake, especially in MGS2, traveling under the name Iroquois Plissken. Even the original Metal Gear logo, the font is the same as is an italicized version of the Escape from New York title font. But then again, I think it was Hideo Kojima who said something like 60 to 90% of his existence is movies. So there's that.
All taking influence from this beloved franchise. Yet, as enduring as this series has been up to this point, no obstacle will be greater than 007's greatest challenge yet, being bought out by Amazon. But we're not here for that.
God help
As
us all.
stated, James Bond and Japan have quite a unique history with one another, and it essentially started with 1967's You Only Live Twice.
That was actually a co-production between United Artists and Toho Pictures. Much of the on-the-ground production work in Japan and on-location shooting was done by Toho, which, if you know anything about them, they're probably most famous, their biggest export, Godzilla.
Which was 007's only venture into Japan for the time, up until 2012 Skyfall, where he goes to Gukanjima, the same location where Attack on Titan was filmed, as it was getting ready to open up as a tourist location. Felt like I needed to point that out. It is You Only Live Twice where Bond would be featured alongside actresses Akiko Wakabayashi and Mie Hama, known for their roles in the Godzilla series.
Oh yes, that's right. King Kong vs. Godzilla, also Ghidorah, the three-headed monster, and Mie Hama also had a part as a villainess in the film King Kong Escapes, which was a semi-sequel to King Kong vs. Godzilla. It's the one where we got King Kong going up against Mecha King Kong
and legendary actor Tetsuro Tamba. It's also where Sean Connery infamously does Yellowface as part of a critical plot point where James
and not very well, we might add.
Bond has to pretend to be Japanese, so do what you will with that. In the midst of 007's global popularity, lots of riffs and films inspired by the famous spy would come about. Notably the Mission Impossible series, Austin Powers, and Stephen Chow Lee-Luk-Chi's From Beijing with Love.
Now there's one I haven't seen, From Beijing with Love. I think I'd like to see that one. They look like Frankenstein's monster there.
There's also the film Casino Royale that predates the films and spoofs the novel of the same name, but honest to God, avoid it like the plague. Speak much of it again! While James Bond...
Yeah. About the only redeeming quality of that particular film, Casino Royale, is the portrayal by Orson Welles of Le Chiffre. He was good. And I think previous attempts to make a Casino Royale movie, I think possibly even the one that had been bandied about with Cary Grant, was... That was... I think it was also floated the idea that Orson Welles should be the main villain in that particular film. I could be wrong about that.
Capture the hearts and minds of audiences and filmmakers alike. One of these was none other than director Jun Fukuda, who at the time was developing all sorts of action and crime thrillers at
Yeah, also prolific director of Godzilla films. I believe, I'm trying to remember which ones he did. I know one in particular was Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster, which was originally conceived as a King Kong film before they swapped out for Godzilla. But what else? I think he did Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla in 1974. Godzilla vs. Gigan in 1972. It was, for most of the Showa series run, it was a back and forth quite often between him and Ishiro Honda. But yeah, and some of the more beloved titles from that era of Godzilla we owe to Jun Fukuda in the director's helm.
Toho, such as the second entry in the International Secret Police series, Fang's.
Oh. And this one is Kumi Mizuno. Kumi Mizuno was Miss Namikawa in Monster Zero, which was the second film, direct sequel to Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. Another film in which Godzilla goes up against King Ghidorah and also teams up with Rodan. And Kumi Mizuno plays Miss Namikawa, one of the very sexy alien space women. Falls in love with Nick Adams. Nick Adams' character there. Nick Adams actually, at the time, at one point, admitted he fell in love with her, and even asked her to marry him, but she was engaged to someone else, so she declined. What an interesting timeline that would have been. Two famous actors in a monster film playing each other's love interest, and then later on they fall in love off screen and get married. And who knows, she might have been good for him and kept him out of trouble, because Nick Adams, I think he passed away in the 70s, sometime in the early 70s. Had a drug problem, substance abuse problem of some kind, and off-screen was not a well man. Good actor, fairly decent as a leading man, but yeah, I don't know.
of the Tiger, and Blood and Diamonds starring Akira Takarada, many of which were...
Oh, yes. Akira Takarada. That was... I'll back up this video just a little bit. Akira Takarada, I think he may have had his debut in... or maybe not. I know he was one of the... He was the result of a talent search in the early 1950s with Toho. And so one of his early works was the first Godzilla film. But yeah, definitely had leading man vibes. Sometimes compared quite positively with actors like Cary Grant. He definitely had that presence. And even more so as he got older. Definitely had that leading man and authority figure aura whenever he acted. And he has some really good roles. If you want to see Akira Takarada in his elder years, two films in particular were seen. The 1992 version of Godzilla vs. Mothra and Godzilla Final Wars. He was also really good in that one too.
Thrillers at Toho, such as the second entry in the International Secret Police series Fangs of the Tiger, and Blood and Diamonds starring Akira Takarada, many of which were influenced by James Bond one way or another. But perhaps the most popular of this bunch would be Fukuda's 1965 action comedy 100 Shot, 100 Killed, otherwise known by its international title, Iron Finger, named after the third Bond film Goldfinger from the year prior.
Yeah, there was a lot of, especially as you started getting into the late 60s, there was a lot of knockoffs of James Bond, and a lot of titles given to spy films and comedy spy films that leaned heavily into sort of imitating James Bond in a lot of ways. Iron Finger being one of them. And then you had, there was a series of films, it was a short series of films done by Michael Caine in the 70s. Trying to remember the name of them, but they were actually produced by one of the Bond producers, Harry Saltzman. with the express intention of, okay, we've got James Bond, and he's sort of set the standard of what spy movies are supposed to be like. Let's do the inverse. Instead of someone posh and world traveler and whatnot, let's have someone a bit grittier who stays closer to home. That way we can have sort of an alternative product to appeal to the opposite market and make some money off of that.
And despite what I mentioned earlier, this actually came before You Only Live Twice. Writing the screenplay would be Michio Suzuki and Kihachi Okamoto, who interestingly would later collaborate on Age of Assassins, directed by the latter. The story follows a man who gets caught in the middle of a secret mission after witnessing an Interpol agent get executed upon returning to Japan.
You see this a lot with Japanese films. A lot of emphasis on Interpol. A lot of things being done with Interpol agents. The real-life Interpol? Yeah, I don't think they would have this aggressive presence anywhere in the world. And Interpol, it's often joked that they're more the tax police than anything else. They just sort of make sure everyone's paying the taxes no matter where they are in the world.
In his final moments, the agent urges him to find a mysterious individual named Lebois, and the man proceeds to assume the identity of French Interpol agent Andrew Hoshino, though he insists that we can call him Andy. In pursuing the assailant, Haneda Airport faces an attack.
I'm probably getting ahead of the video, but I don't care. I think... I'm trying to remember. It might have been King Kong Escapes. There's a bloke from the United States. I think he ended up starting alongside an ensemble cast in The Magnificent Seven. But he had a few Japanese films that he starred in. He was in Mothra. He was in King Kong Escapes. And then he was also in, he played the villain in Godzilla vs. Megalon. I forget it is Robert something. But I think it was in King Kong Escapes he played an American spy named Mark Jackson. He had floated the idea of possibly doing a series with the Mark Jackson character. Never really got off the ground though. It's amazing how many projects never made it past development at Toho over the years, especially Godzilla films.
Attack orchestrated by an arms dealer.
Wasn't Interpol common in the Jason Bourne books? I don't know. I think I've seen the Bourne Supremacy and the Bourne Ultimatum. I have not seen the Bourne Identity. And I have not read any of Robert Ludlum's books from the Jason Bourne trilogy. So, not sure about that.
Named Huang Changling, who is smuggling weapons from Hong Kong for the Akatsuki crime family, rival of the Aonuma family that serves Lebois. Tensions rise amongst these groups as Andy gets deeper into the criminal underworld, using his unorthodox methods of espionage to get as close to Lebois as possible and take him down. Playing the role of Andy Hoshino is the late and legendary Akira Takarada, known for—
He was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Movies were mid, but the books were good. Yeah, they probably mid by today's standards now. They were considered groundbreaking for their time in terms of pacing and cinematography. Before then, you did not have a lot of handheld camera work in action films. And the Bourne films in particular, they used a lot of free cam, no tripod type filming. So the whole thing is kind of a jittery mess. But that style of action did end up having it did well at the box office, and so well that the producers of the Bond films Just a moment, chat. Yeah, anyways, what are we talking about? Oh, Bourne films, yeah. Had an impact on the James Bond films, eventually. To where you see sort of an abrupt departure from everything they were doing in the 90s to different approach that just kept shifting and transforming the longer Daniel Craig was the lead character. That's fair. Just mean the movies had almost nothing to do with the books beyond the initial premise of the first movie. Yeah, a lot of that, without having read the books, my guess is that probably because the books were written, what were they, like 10, 20 years before the films were created. So a lot changes in that time. But also, that's Hollywood for you, isn't it? It can be hard to find a faithful adaptation of books, depending on what it is you're watching.
His performances in countless dramas in his career that spanned nearly 70 years, but more notably his many appearances in the Godzilla series. Takarada is the genuine heart and soul of the film. His range as a performer does absolute wonders as he can go from being an unassuming individual to a very suave and badass spy instantaneously, which also makes for some brilliant moments of comedy. Even in scenes that are meant to be played for laughs, like the scene in the bathroom where he fights with a plunger, still manages to be inherently comedic, but also played very straight. Same goes for when he runs through a bowling alley during a chase. Takarada also looked back at his...
I'm glad they didn't get that slapstick with some of the films, some of the Bond films in both the 60s and even in the 70s. You had some silly moments like that car chase scene in Man with the Golden Gun, where that could have gotten a lot more slapstick than it actually did. I think you not only have the director, but also Cabby Broccoli to thank for that. Always keeping things fairly grounded.
Role of Andy Hoshino with great fondness, even citing it as one of his favorite performances, which also got a shout out in Godzilla Final Wars, which was unfortunately mistranslated and completely reinterpreted for overseas localization.
Mr. 100 Shots.
His chemistry with the other actors is just seamless, as he really feels like the glue holding everything together with how effectively they bounce off one another. Alongside him is famous Japanese comedian and King Kong vs. Godzilla actor Ichiro Arashima as Detective Tezuka, who in a way is a mirror to Andy. Whereas Andy is someone posing as a spy and being very good at it, Tezuka is a professional but comes off as incapable in comparison. But this isn't...
He's the bumbling sidekick. The Roger Moore era was so bad, in my opinion. Definitely a lot of the weaker entries in the franchise. Moore himself was brilliant. And you know, so much of the design and the approach and the lore with Lord Rexworth owes a tremendous debt to his portrayal, not just as James Bond, but also as Simon Templar, the Saint, And another character he's not very well known for in other parts of the world, but beloved in Britain as Lord Brett Sinclair from The Persuaders.
To say he doesn't have highlights of his own, like early in the film where he waits for a car chase to pass by before exiting his vehicle just to tell his driver to go chase it. Or when he finds out that LeBois abducted Andy through a walkie-talkie, and he still finishes his sentences with over. And of course, we need our Bond girl, who comes in the form of explosive specialist Yumi Sawada, played by the aforementioned Miyahama before appearing in You Only Live Twice. Like with a handful of Bond girls.
They're another great, Terence Young and Lewis Gilbert and John Glenn, probably just the three musketeers of fantastic directors. Peter Hunt was really good with On Her Majesty's Secret Service. I think he should have been given more opportunities to direct, because he was really good with On Her Majesty's Secret Service, but because that one did not do so well at the box office, not only was Lazenby eventually dropped, but also Peter Hunt had to go do other things. Haruki Tsukio, hello. How are you doing?
Girls in the series, she's absolutely very capable.
And please, you don't have to call me Lord, you can just call me Rex.
And can hold her own in the most tense situations. She's also the most headstrong and collected of the group, as if she's the only person in our main trio who's
certainly knows how to dress well too. Look at her, she is lovely. Doing good, and you? Doing alright? We are discovering for ourselves a Japanese version of James Bond. Well, you are doing the Lord's work. Well, I don't know about that, but I do try.
Treating the situations they face with as much care as possible, despite being a little clumsy. It's also her clumsiness that's responsible for some of the most gruesome kills in the entire film. Though it's
oh no. Cyanide-filled cigarette lighter. You can tell that her wardrobe, very 60s mod for the time, I think they took a lot of inspiration from Diana Rigg from the Avengers. That was her costumes all throughout that series. They were definitely, it was trendy and in vogue at the time.
Honestly, a very unique spin to give the Bond girl the biggest kills. It's also nice to see something derivative of James Bond of this era that portrays a very tasteful treatment of its women characters. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. For being an action comedy, Iron Finger is surprisingly gory at points. People get burnt with acid thrown at their faces, and one of the villains crashes into a biplane propeller. Speaking of, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, that sort of thing would never have passed muster with the Bond films of the time. Though the Bond films could be fairly violent in their own way. But it was always according to international standards, and they knew where the line was and they didn't cross over it. But, I mean, this is a different country. This is a film made in Japan for a Japanese audience. So, it's a bit different over there.
Surprised if that same sequence inspired the climax of the final Mission Impossible film.
That's possible. Also, as far as the romance and any sort of love scenes or anything like that, yeah, definitely a lot more wholesome in a film like this. You saw the allusion to the Goldfinger scene between Bond and Pussy Galore, and yeah, that one has been called problematic because, well, I mean, he's Bond is basically forcing himself on her and ends up fucking the lesbianism right out of her.
For villains, Jun Tatara can really pull off being this endearing but kind of incompetent arms dealer as Huang. Even though he may have valuable connections, we get the sense that he's aware of his expendability and does what he can to keep his place in this complicated web of crime by exchanging secrets between crime families and his association with Yumi. Alongside Huang is Josuke Akatsuki, played by Kurosawa collaborator Saichiro Sakai. He's only—
Yes, a lot of these actors that you see in this film, I mean, this is one that's a bit more slapstick and comedic, but these are also people that have serious acting chops that have acted in iconic films, like ones by Akira Kurosawa. Even the actor who ended up playing Godzilla in the suit, he was in Seven Samurai. I think he was a supporting character or an extra or something like that. Well, yeah.
A taste of what the villains of this movie have in store for us, as he's the first real obstacle that Andy is faced with, from a very fun chase sequence to a beautifully crafted sword fight between him and Andy. It's also this crime
so many, I'm willing to bet that so many of the people who work on the action sequences of this film, anything with the special effects, probably a lot of these people worked under men like Tsuburaya, Eiji Tsuburaya, who was the godfather of special effects for Toho, not only during wartime, but also, especially in the post-war era. I mean, he's the one who pioneered the notion of suitmation acting with Godzilla. So a lot of this that you see here with the special effects, with the action sequences and everything, same stuff you would find in Godzilla films, because it was a lot of the same talents working on multiple films at the same time. I miss good fight choreography. I do too. That's one thing I love about classic films, is that you can always count on finding some fairly decent fight scenes.
Family that inadvertently gets Andy sucked further into the matters within the film. So while they may not have a lot to them, there's enough to justify their importance. Probably the second best performance of the film has to be crime boss Komori Aonuma, played by Toho regular and Godzilla veteran, the great Akihiko Hirata.
Ah yes, Akihito Hirata, famous as the original actor who played Dr. Serizawa in the 1954 Godzilla film, played his share of villains in lots of Toho films. He was actually supposed to be he was supposed to play Professor Hayashida, sort of elder scientist figure, in The Return of Godzilla in 1984. Unfortunately, he passed away from cancer, I think about 3-6 months before filming was supposed to start. So, and unfortunately that role had to be passed on. Thankfully they passed it on to a colleague and co-star of his. I forget the actor's name, but he was the lead detective in Ghidorah, the Three-Headed Monster. So yeah, just missed the not CGI look of old movies. If you ever want not CGI and lots of practical effects, Japanese films from the 50s onward into the 80s and even into the 90s. Chock-a-block full of them. Especially old Godzilla movies. The way they were able to make these films on tight deadlines and extremely limited budgets compared to what you would find in Hollywood. Nothing short of amazing. Pure art. Little wonder they're now being preserved in the Criterion Collection.
Omori is easily the most straight-edge character in the entire film, as he's really no different from your typical action villain whose presence absolutely dominates over everyone else's with just how despicable he is. In addition to clearly being someone with a lot of power, he may not be the main villain, but with his imposing demeanor and sinister performance, he may as well be. And this is honestly maybe my favorite role of Hirata's outside of Dr. Serizawa in the original Godzilla. But the primary antagonist, LeBois, played by Mike Deneen, unfortunately gets severely overshadowed by everyone else. Granted, that mostly has to do with his character being mysterious and more alluded to rather than being shown, but once he's revealed in the end, you can kind of tell he doesn't have much to do other than boss others around and be the end goal of the narrative. But to give credit where credit is due, the character of LeBois does speak for the overall scale this movie aims for. Despite the nature of Japanese film productions being very limited even to this day, the scope of Iron Finger is subtle but feels massive, as the story doesn't only bounce.
It's another example of Toho doing a lot with very little. But they also have the geographic advantage of being in Japan, a land where there is 4 seasons, and there's multiple different climates. You've got forested areas, you've got beaches, you've got tiny little islets, and you can make use of all of that with on-location photography. Honestly, I should ask my mother. She would send Japanese anime and stuff home when she worked in Japan decades ago. She probably knows a movie or two. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sure she's got plenty of recommendations for you. But failing that, I would say Criterion Collection. You can actually sort by country or region and find lots of just brilliant films from Japan preserved as part of their collection, including Godzilla films, all of the Showa era Godzilla films, and they're starting to acquire and preserve the Heisei era films, which are really good. Kurosawa's films are in there. There was the series from Daiei and Toei of... Gosh, what was it? Zatoichi, the Blind Swordsman. Welcome back, Action. And thank you for the quack redeem. As y'all say, what's all this then? We are looking at a review and peek into a rare Japanese film designed. It was actually designed to be the Japanese James Bond. It's called Iron Finger, and it stars Akira Takarada.
Across different parts of the world, it's also one of the handful of Japanese films to actually be shot partly outside of Japan, such as when they're in the Philippines, and how Andy, being a French spy, is supported by the fact that Akira Takarada phonetically learned his French dialogue, which there's plenty spoken throughout.
That's incredible. And, I mean, I can only imagine how difficult that is for someone who doesn't speak the language, but also... having to go from Japanese to French like that. Never heard of the Criterion Collection. Very interesting. Oh, it's so good. They actually have a streaming service available. Gosh, I don't know how much it is. I think it's like $7.99 or $10 a month or something like that. But you get access to everything, and it's commercial free. And it's just really, really, really good films. And we're talking art house films from France to classic or obscure American films, films from the UK. I think they've got a few... preserved in the Criterion Collection is the Soviet version of is a film adaptation of War and Peace. I want to say it is epically long. Something like 4, 5, maybe 6 hours long. But considered the definitive version, the definitive film version of War and Peace. Almost lost to time, almost damaged irreparably by poor preservation techniques or lack thereof in Russia. But the Criterion Collection got a hold of it, cleaned it up, and now it's, I believe, available for streaming and also available on Blu-ray. That's another thing. Criterion Collection, they don't just do streaming. They also put all of their films on physical media. So definitely a credit to them. It's funny, never thought of that aspect about Japanese films because they usually just film everything within the country. Yeah, it's rare for them to have to go outside of Japan for anything. But I don't know, the reviewer here, Titan Goji, maybe, I don't know. There's, I think, a distinct difference between on-location photography and then on-location B-roll photography. So it is possible that what they really did was just kind of B-roll, establishment shot, exterior footage, mixed in, interlaced with shots of the actors on a soundstage. So that's possible that more realistically what we're dealing with this, which was quite common even back in those days. I know, even with a lot of fairly big budget television productions for ITV, like The Saint, The Persuaders, The Protectors, those 3 shows in particular, plenty of on-location shooting, but also at the same time, they tended to cheat a bit, and you'd be amazed how much of it was actually on a soundstage, like at Shepperton Studios or something like that. Especially The Saint. There were a lot of locations all throughout the world, especially in those first few years that they quote-unquote went to, but most of it was kind of the B-roll footage, and then the rest of it that featured Roger Moore and the actors, that was on a soundstage and in Shepperton. Anyways, getting a bit off track here. Let's keep going with the video.
The film.
Qu'est-ce que vous arrive, mademoiselle?
Je suis vraiment vexée. Mon impresario a disparu.
C'est ça. Il est français, n'est-ce pas?
Oui, oui.
Vous le connaissez depuis longtemps?
An unfortunate omission in the second, but we'll get to that. Takarada also drew from his time growing up in Manchuria for Andy's body language and character interactions, which I would highly encourage listening to his 2019 interview at G-Fest, where he shares plenty of these experiences. It is insane stuff to hear, but speaks so much of the dedication he had to his craft.
That really does sound like that would be incredible stories to hear. And it also speaks to, this was a man who grew up in a time when the world was a very different place. Because we are talking about someone who grew up in a part of the world that underwent radical change, grew up in Manchuria, part of China that was occupied by Imperial Japan. yeah, anyway. But yeah, grew up in a part of the world that underwent radical change, growing up in Imperial Japan-occupied Manchuria, which we don't even refer to it as Manchuria anymore. We just call it China. That's... It's good that they got stories of his immortalized on video. Because so many of those stories oftentimes just don't get told or get brushed over by other moments in history. So I think something like that is very much worth preservation, and I'm glad somebody got that on video. Why does this look like something out of a Yakuza 0 side mission? This film in particular, you could probably say it does give off that vibe.
Briefly touched on the visuals earlier, but the cinematography by Shinsaku Uno is just stellar. Uno manages to come up with very creative ways to follow the action or put it on display with unique angles, wide and medium shots with lots of depth, and tracking shots that make them feel more tangible. The sword fight with Akatsuki is the best example of this, but there's also the comedic rush that comes with the...
A lot of this ended up carrying over to the same company's television productions, albeit on a more limited budget. A lot of those camera angles we just saw, you would end up seeing a lot of the same things in like Kamen Rider or Super Sentai type productions.
Initial chase, as well as the tension that comes with the finale. And of course, the identity of Iron Finger isn't complete without the groovy and versatile score by the incredible Masaru Sato, the same man behind the compositions for many of Kurosawa and Keiichi Okamoto's works and several Godzilla films for good.
Yes, that's right. Masaru Sato. Friend and colleague to the original Godzilla composer Akira Ifukube, and quite often throughout the run of the Showa era Godzilla films, if Ifukube was not available, they would turn to Masaru Sato. So yeah, there's Son of Godzilla. I know he did the second film, Godzilla Raids Again. Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster was another one of his. Let's see, what else did he do? And then there was Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. That one, I think, was, of all of his Godzilla film scores, that was his magnum opus. Especially that rousing score when you've got Mechagodzilla disguised as Godzilla fighting against Anguillus. And then reprisal of that same score in the final battle between Mechagodzilla, Godzilla, and King Caesar. That was really good work from him.
Good measure. You would think that a Bond riff would resort to pulling from the catchiness of the 007 theme, or some of its sweeping orchestral pieces.
Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. There was already a huge row going on with the British press over someone mistakenly claiming that John Barry was the one who composed the James Bond theme instead of Monty Norman. And Monty Norman managed to extract £30,000 out of, I think it was the Daily Mail for that one. Even though, let's just be fucking real. Based off of everything that I've read, everything that I've heard, Monty Norman didn't really know what he was doing in Dr. No. And so he had some sheet music that he had formulated, but ultimately it was John Barry who gave it life. So maybe the original riffs were by Monty Norman, but it was John Barry who had to come in and compile everything together and try to make sense of it all and turn it into proper themes. just thinking in universe, cannot imagine how expensive it would be to disguise Mecha Godzilla as regular Godzilla. With that particular movie, it was as simple as creating a second suit with certain bits of the skin that they could sort of peel off and replace with metally bits to sort of give the impression that there is a mechanical clone underneath that skin. That's how they ended up making it work for the film.
But Sato goes out of his way to make the soundtrack of Iron Finger stand on its own.
Very jazzy. If I had to compare it to anyone, sounds very similar to what you hear with the original Mission Impossible theme. I'm not talking about the Tom Cruise films. I'm talking about the actual TV show that came first, and that was I'm trying to remember what's the name of that composer. Lalo Schifrin. Lalo Schifrin was the original composer of the music cues and the theme to Mission Impossible. And fun bit of trivia, he initially had some sort of march-style version that he presented to Desilu as the theme for Mission Impossible, and that was rejected. He managed to come up with the theme we know now as the theme to Mission Impossible in approximately 3 minutes. And that was back in the late 60s. Wait, in 3 minutes? Yeah, I think he took his March version that he had presented to Desilu and just reworked it as a jazz theme and did that in about 3 minutes. Necessity is the mother of invention, as they say.
Sure, it may have a little bit of that Bond flair, which is inescapable, but it all works so smoothly, selling the tone of every moment wonderfully. There is much to be said about Iron Finger as a film. Thankfully, this and its sequel, Golden Eyes, are both available for streaming on the Criterion channel.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, I thought I recognized Iron Finger. So yes, another reason to subscribe to the Criterion channel. Because they've got Golden Eyes and Iron Finger available for streaming over there. And if you are a film buff, if you're someone who loves just really good classic films from all over the world, you'll be very happy with a membership to the Criterion channel. I think it'll be worth every penny. Probably worth more to you than something like Netflix or Hulu. And worth a damn sight more than a Disney Plus subscription, because they give you a lot for your money here.
So you don't have to do any deep digging just to watch it. But that said, it's such an underrated film, despite everything it has going for it. It's just a blast all around, as everyone involved is putting in their best work, while also clearly having fun at the same time. Needless to say, it is a gem to behold. But speaking of the sequel, Golden Eyes came to follow in 1968, its original title being 100 Shot, 100 Killed, Golden Eyes. Yep, believe it or not, this one beat GoldenEye to the punch by 27 years, though the name actually came from Ian Fleming's estate in Jamaica, built in 1946, where he...
That's where they got the name for GoldenEye. That was originally the estate of Ian Fleming in Jamaica.
Wrote the novels.
I believe it's a tourist attraction now. You can visit it and even see, I think they even have like the desk and the typewriter set up where he would sit down and type out the manuscript for the Bond novels. Did that all throughout the 50s and into the early 60s. And it was a very regimented, very disciplined approach that he had to it, surprisingly. Ian Fleming would have a breakfast late in the morning of scrambled eggs and, toast and bacon, that sort of thing. He'd go out snorkeling for a few hours, and then he would come back anytime he was here at GoldenEye, and he would sit there for at least a few hours, and he would type out, at a minimum, a few thousand words for the manuscript. And by the time he was done with his time for the year at GoldenEye and returned to London, he would typically have a manuscript that he could hand over to his editors and publishers, who would then do their work and then release it as a Bond novel. And they kept doing that for several years, even after his death, until they finally got to the last one, The Man with the Golden Gun. That one, I think, had to be a lot more heavily edited and massaged, just because by that time, creatively, Ian Fleming even admitted to himself he was running on fumes. He's like, I'm running out of ideas here. This is going to be the last one. Was wondering more of where the title of 100 Shot, 100 Killed came from. I don't think they've gone into that exactly. Or if they did, I missed it. I don't know. Streamer brain. We'll chalk it up to that.
Fukuda, Suzuki, and Takarada would come back, but everyone else, save for composer Masaru Sato, was either absent or replaced. No Kihachi Okamoto for this one, unfortunately.
Why did you leave me?
For instance, instead of Ichiro Arishima, Makoto Sato is in the role of Detective Tezuka. In GoldenEyes, Andy Hoshino is caught in a gold smuggling operation that was being pursued by Detective Tezuka, as they both happen to run into each other in Beirut, Lebanon. Right away, the story is much more subdued and the characters are played very straight compared to how they were depicted prior. Not to say the movie doesn't have its comedic moments, they're just not as prevalent here. And the chemistry between Andy and Tezuka is still strong, which I found very surprising given the recast. A testament to how Makoto Sato really held his own in the role. And Andy is still good ol' Andy. Though this does work in the movie's favor in being an overall different experience from Iron Finger. It's more Bond-like, but still goes out of its way to feel more in line with what Fukuda has established. As for the movie's Bond girl, we have Ruby, played by Bibari Maeda, who some may recall from Son of Godzilla.
Oh yes, Bibari Maeda. Yeah, it is a cutie. Also, an interesting choice that you can't get away with now for their Middle Eastern actors, or the people in the roles of Middle Easterners, they're donning brownface. Yeah, you definitely can't get away with that these days. I know that feeling of running on fumes creatively. It's when you just got to take a vacation and let the tank refill. I know with the Bond novels, Fleming had started to kind of run out of ideas, or felt like he should put an end to it. With From Russia with Love, but it was at the urging of his publishers, and of course the public loved them, that he kept going until finally he said, okay, Man with the Golden Gun, this is going to be the last one, and a couple of short stories, and I'm finished. But also by that time he was dealing with a lot of health problems. He had gotten into some legal trouble over Thunderball with Kevin McClory, and so that had put tremendous stress on him to the point where he was having heart trouble. He didn't exactly live the healthiest of lifestyles either. Quite the heavy drinker, heavy smoker. I mean, as you do back then. But yeah, it was by around it was to the point that 1963, I think he had a few years had passed since he had handed over the manuscript for Man with a Golden Gun to his publishers and his editors. And yeah, 1963, he had a heart attack and he passed away, unfortunately.
She ends up following Andy's trial under orders of the antagonist, but eventually goes rogue in favor of joining him, and has her own special tricks to her. Tomomi Sawa as the singer Mitsuko is another neat addition. While her character isn't given too much to do, her place feels natural with the sorts of twists and turns that the narrative takes. Speaking of the villains, Yoshio Tsuchiya puts on an excellent performance as the henchman Kurokawa. You just know that if you put this man in a role of the opposition, he's going to give a memorable performance no matter what.
He's a good buddy. He makes a good buddy.
Whoa! Is that blackface, dude?
Yeah, that's a thing in this movie.
Yeah, no, well, we might call it brown face more than anything, but yeah, that was a thing with some of these films. Even King Kong versus Godzilla, they for the Islanders, they definitely went heavy on the spray tan, we'll put it that way.
Yes, it really is a Bond film. Though if there is one thing this movie has above Iron Finger, it's the main antagonist, who here comes in the form of Turkish actor Andrew Hughes as the blind boss Stonefeller.
Andrew Hughes, now he has been in... He was in a lot of other Toho films. I know he was... I think one of his earliest appearances was in The Mysterians in 1956. But I know he was also in Destroy All Monsters in the late 60s. I think he had a couple of other Godzilla films and other titles under his belt. But yeah, he was one of those go-to type foreign character actors that they could turn to consistently. And I believe he spoke fluent Japanese. So they didn't have to... I don't think they had to dub his voice at any point. They just let him speak normally and just use that audio.
He has such an intimidating presence to him that's elevated by Hughes' devilish performance that easily puts him within the ranks of some of Bond's best villains with his...
Yes. And it's quite the departure for Hughes, because with so many of the films I mentioned, especially those monster movie films, he didn't play a baddie. He played a good guy. Oftentimes, he's sort of this like expert figure, like a professor or a doctor or, some sort of trusted person of authority that just so happened to be a gaijin who spoke fluent Japanese. Lol, the smiling friends clip, yeah.
Unsuspecting demeanor and very creative ways of dispatching those who defy him. Having a blind gunman use a microphone to sniff out his enemies is just brilliant. It's a shame that he's dubbed over in Japanese by Masao Takato, as Andrew Hughes does have a strong voice that would have enhanced his character.
You say our country is big. But in reality, 70% of our land is desert.
But there's enough to get across.
He's good. He's supposed to be Turkish. He sounds like he would be perfect in any role in a British television or film production.
Even if it doesn't aim for the heights of Iron Finger, GoldenEye still feels like a grand adventure that spans across the world, conveyed by the amount of on-site shooting overseas in the Middle East, even if we clearly go to the Toei Quarry at points. I know the way I'm breaking down
that Toei Quarry, that company got a lot of mileage out of that quarry. Because it is in so many films, so many television shows. I think just about every tokusatsu television show filmed out there. All of the Kamen Riders, all of the Super Sentais, all of the Metal Hero series, all of them. If they if they needed a large, open-air, outdoor, kind of rocky background location, it was that quarry. That was where they went.
Golden Eyes comes off like it's a lesser Iron Finger, but please do not get me wrong, this movie is still tons of fun. The cinematography by Kazuo Yamada injects so much style into the narrative and how visceral and experimental it can be. In conjunction, the sound design and by extension Masaru Sato's music do a great job selling tension and suspense. Such is the case with the final gunfight against Stonefeller, as the heavy shadows and lack of music build a sense of dread and uncertainty.
Oh yes. That's a great way to build tension, is just cut the music and quite often minimize as much sound as possible so that you keep your audience's eyes and ears focused on little things like that. Because that's what your eyes and ears are paying attention to in those moments. The ricocheting of bullets. And the smoke and dust coming off of the metal like that. It's good. This is good. This is good filmmaking here.
And what's 100 shot, 100 killed without some...
This is unironically absolute cinema. Also builds tension, absolutely.
Some really fun action and espionage sequences. I've already mentioned how utterly masterful the final act is, but the opening and the shootout at the Toei Quarry are standouts in how they help set the tone for the film. The car chase is exciting too, and there's this bit where Andy has to tread alongside a building. All things considered, Golden Eyes is a very charming film on its own. Despite the various changes in tone, cast, and story, it feels like a very natural progression from the over-the-top nature of Iron Finger.
The 60s were... They were good economic times. And usually in those times, you don't get to... We notice that there's a pattern with films where they don't take themselves too seriously. But as you start to get into the late 60s and into especially the 70s, things started, the world was changing, economies turning south, and films started going back to earth. Films started becoming much more grounded, much more serious. So, natural progression here as the world changed over the years. Now, imagine this with Jackie Chan's stunt work. I can. And it's mainly his early works like Police Story. If I had to come up with a comparison.
I've said earlier, the fact that this sequel is so different is what helps it stand out. I like that it doesn't try to be a direct continuation to Iron Finger, but rather, Golden Eyes is just the next big adventure of Andy Hoshino and Detective Tezuka. I know Akira...
Yeah, well, and it wasn't just with the Iron Finger cities. You saw this with Godzilla, the only remaining characters that you really see throughout Showa, Heisei, and the Millennium Era is Godzilla. Everyone else is a revolving door cast. So, with the one notable exception, the Heisei era being Megumi Odaka as Miki Sagusa. She started when she was really young. I think she was just like 17 or 18 years old at the time that she got the part in Godzilla vs. Biollante. That was in 1989. But she continued with that role all the way to the end of the Heisei era films with Godzilla vs. Destroyer in 1995. So that was a good 6-7 years of work for her consistently. After having done 1 or 2 television shows in the 80s about a delinquent schoolgirl that fights crime at night. Or something like that.
Takarada has unfortunately passed on in 2022, but I would have loved to see more films come out of 100 Shot, 100 Killed, just to see what kinds of shenanigans Andy would get caught up in. I feel like this should have been a film series that evolved alongside the rise of action stunts in Japan. But seeing how the Japanese film industry would reach a decline in the 70s thanks to the exploding popularity of television, perhaps the end of 100 Shot, 100 Killed was only inevitable either way.
Yeah, a lot of people don't really realize that the decline in Japanese cinema was kind of a slow burn, but brought on by television. Because it was one of those things where more people were buying television sets and watching television in their homes than they were starting to go to the cinema and see a film. Even the Godzilla films, you look at ticket sales and they just start dropping off in like the late 60s and into the 70s, and they just never recover after that. Even the Heisei era didn't even come close. That was some of the best work that they did, I think. And it was to the point where certain franchises, certain serial franchises of films like the Zetoichi series would eventually exit cinemas and get developed into television shows. I know that's what happened with Zetoichi. They would sometimes release 2 or 3 films in a year, and that went on all throughout the 60s and into the early 70s. I think they finally stopped around 1972, 1973, when all of that went over to television. And quite often, as filler episodes, they would just reshoot, or oftentimes just re-release in full screen, breaking up into multiple episodes, the events of the previous Zetoichi films. Similar to streaming killing cinema. Yes, very much so. The Japanese had that happen to them decades before it started happening to everyone else in the world.
Though, could you imagine a TV series based on these films? Just have Andy Hoshino travel around taking down smugglers and arms dealers in different parts of the world like it's another Tuesday.
It is quite possible they could have done that on the limited budget of television. I think it is quite possible. And it's a pity that they didn't follow up on that.
Buy that for a gold Samantha coin. It's a miracle that both of these films are available for streaming on the Criterion channel. Otherwise, we wouldn't have access to what are easily some of the best action flicks to come out of Japan. And from the great Jun Fukuda, no less.
Yes.
I absolutely cannot recommend this pair of films enough.
That's absolutely brilliant.
And if you like this video, check out the time I reviewed Yasuzo Masumura's Blind Beast. Another overlooked gem if you ask me.
Alright, we've given that a like. I'm going to post that into chat for everyone. Meanwhile, streaming is becoming cable, and physical media is making a major comeback because of how much streaming has been fumbled right now. Yes, quite so. They had the chance to really be a solid alternative to traditional media, and instead they just became traditional media with similar prices to boot, because they've just lost track of what it is that made them good to begin with, and now it's about clawing back equity and clawing back the money that was invested at the expense of of the customer. And what you get is the typical inshittification of platforms. Thankfully, the Criterion Collection has not succumbed to that. Not yet, anyway. Chat, do we want to watch a video about, speaking of physical media, do we want to watch a video about retro tech? Because I've got a few in the tabs here. One here about a rare twin tape Walkman. And then I've also got some old style stereos from Akai, old hi-fi systems from Akai, and Sony. Piracy's making a comeback, yes. Piracy is just, what's the quote? It's a response to poor customer service or something like that? Yeah, you know what? Let's do this. Let's look at the twin tape Walkman. This is a good one from Techmoan.
Inside this case is something that I featured before on the channel, and in fact it appears in the Patreon credits section at the end of each video. It's a Sony WM-W800 Walkman. Now, if I was to ask you what makes this particular model special, a lot of people watching this will know that it's Sony's only twin-tape Walkman. This enabled you to do tape-to-tape copies in a device that could fit inside a large jacket pocket. Now, I made a video featuring this model.
Emphasis on a large jacket pocket, because this is portable, but definitely not pocket-sized. You'd need some deep pockets for this one. Can't remember the exact quote, but yeah, poor customer service equals piracy abound, yes.
Years ago, but it's a device that still regularly does the rounds on social media. Someone will post up a picture of it and say, hey, look at this amazing thing from the 1980s. I've never seen anything like it before. And then someone in the comments will say, you know what, I think Techmoan would love this. And then someone will send me a link to the post to have a look at this amazing Walkman, and this sequence of events repeats every few months. Now, whilst it is an oddity, it's not really all that. Back in 1985, it really was something that very few people would have been interested in, despite...
Goodness, this is only slightly older than I am.
Being almost 40 years ago, I can still remember exactly what I thought of it the first time that I saw it, and that's because I still have this Christmas 1985 Lasky's catalogue that I picked...
Oh, Lasky's, yeah. I love these old catalogues. Always so fun to flip through these. Dang, that looks useful as hell, yeah. Instead of a big bulky tape deck in a hi-fi system, you can accomplish the same thing with a Walkman.
Up at the same time that I spotted it in a display cabinet in their St Mary's Gate store in Manchester.
I'm feeling old. I always feel old, Brian, so don't worry about it.
Manchester city centre. First off...
Oh, that was a lot of money even back then. £159. Gosh. Look at some of these other ones here that we've got. You've got a Sharp auto-reverse portable cassette player with FM AM radio. A 4-band graphic equalizer. That's fancy. You don't get that. Oftentimes you don't get that with the Sony unless it's the professional grade or prosumer stuff. Auto reverse, also a feature that I don't think was available on the Walkman. And Dolby noise reduction. Well, most of these models had that. Then there was the Sanyo, 3-band graphic equalizer instead of 4 on the Sharp. Auto reverse, anti-roll. Sounds like some sort of stability measure or something like that. Metal tapes. Oh, okay, so we could play metal tapes as well. Adjusted for inflation, about £460. Good God. Do you want a twin-tape Walkman or do you want a PS5? course, these days I think I'd rather have the Walkman. Oh, look at this. An Aiwa. Remote control plus Dolby, auto reverse, 5-band graphic equalizer. That is a skinny thing too. That's incredible. 119 quid for that. It looks like the price to beat those with that Sanyo, especially if you can play metal tapes. And then you got Philips down here. 3-band graphic equalizer, auto stop, and a belt clip.
Its price was £160, which makes it the most expensive model that Lasky's stocked at that point.
Yeah,
It was
they were
also
proud of those.
understandably chunky. However, it lacked a number of the more advanced personal stereo features that have become quite common by this point. As you can see on this Iowa in the middle of the page, this one had a graphic equalizer.
Yeah.
It featured a slim design, auto reverse,
That is a skinny
controls,
one.
inline remote control. It cost £40 less as well. The Iowa was an object of desire for me. The Sony twin tape machine was really just a bit of a novelty. Fun to look at, but you didn't.
And then you've got the Bush over here. Super compact, it says. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think the Iowa's got that one beat. Comes with a caddy strap and lightweight stereo headphones. If it's got to come with its own caddy strap, doesn't exactly lend credence to the whole super compact bit. But, I mean, less than £20. Can't really complain.
One. Other than the novelty value, though, it really was quite a basic machine. It utilised two WM10 mechanisms sandwiched together. That had been Sony's smallest Walkman a few years earlier. Now, when I made my video about this 7 years ago, I did attempt to repair it, but met with mixed results. I swapped the belts and I've got the mechanism working well, but I think somewhere along the line the record switch got jammed up internally, so it was stuck in a record state. I'd always intended to return to it one day, give that repair another go.
Yeah, that's one thing you have to keep in mind. Second-hand Walkmans carry quite a premium these days. They become quite the collector's item, so be prepared to pay a pretty penny for those. But when you do, more than likely you're going to have to crack it open and replace belts. Because after about 40 years, most of those rubber belts have completely disintegrated.
But when I pulled it out of the drawer to show it in this video, I found that the whole thing was seized up again. Nothing on it worked. Occasionally I can get fast forward to operate on one deck, but that's it. But I'm not going to attempt to repair today because I've got an alternative to show you that you most likely haven't seen before. Before that, though, I just want to show you how the W800 compares in size to a personal stereo cassette player of a similar vintage that some say was the smallest model ever made. Now, I believe that this might have come out a year after Sony's twin tape model, but I just wanted to show it here as an illustration of what people really wanted out of a personal stereo around this time. When you're carrying something around, the size and weight of it really matter. The smaller, the better. People will pay more.
And quite often you had to really make it count in terms of what you had on the tape. Because quite often you were only going to carry around the one cassette tape. Unless, of course, you were one to wear cargo trousers of some kind, in which case you'd have extra pockets so you can put an extra cassette or two in your pockets. Because it was either that, or you were carrying around a case that had all of your cassettes in there. Most of the time, though, you were making a mixtape on your home hi-fi, and then that's the one that you would carry with you and play in your portable tape player.
For less. This machine was sent to me a few years ago by a nice chap called Oliver. It's a Grundig BB900, although it wasn't actually manufactured by Grundig. It's just a rebrand of the Sanyo JJ-P4 and P5. Now, I do remember seeing a Sanyo JJ-P4 in white in the window of Central Radio in Manchester.
Oh,
and
quite
whilst
stylish.
I was impressed by its size, it was a little bit too stripped back for me. I was prepared to...
Always had a second cassette in my jacket pocket. Yeah, and you know, there's one thing that I always liked about Minidisc is that you could carry quite a few of those in like a jacket pocket or cargo pants or even just, regular trousers. You can, have an extra one or two with you. And they were small and light enough that they really wouldn't weigh you down. Same couldn't quite be said of CDs. Usually with CDs, you're having to take them out of the jewel case and put them in this, folding Rolodex-like fabric case that is still a lot more compact than a case for your cassettes, but still fairly bulky. So you needed a fairly large, jacket pocket to put those in. Mini discs, on the other hand, you could slip at least one or two of those in the pockets of your trousers, and they wouldn't make your pockets bulge or anything like that.
Compromise on having a slightly larger model that had all the features that I needed. And whilst I've been showing it here with this AA battery attachment on the base, this model could actually be powered by an internal rechargeable gum stick. And when it was in that configuration, with the AA pack removed, it was almost the same size as a cassette case.
Perfection.
So yes, around this time, miniaturization was king. A twin tape Walkman would only have appealed to a very small number of people who really wanted to duplicate tapes on the go at rather mediocre quality. It's not a massive market.
Yeah, carrying a CD case sucked. It's no wonder MP3 players blew up. I mean, it just stood to reason back then, didn't it? Steve Jobs was onto something with the iPod, though he wasn't the only one. I know for a while, Creative, people responsible for the Sound Blaster, they had an MP3 player. Couldn't really hold very much. At most, you could probably get 1 CD's worth of music stored on it. But still, what they were able to do with that, it was, at the time, it was groundbreaking. Yeah, if you remember this. Oh, you were one of the few people that went with the Zune action. All right. Yeah, originally I had a Creative Zen that had a miniature wide screen on it. It was a fairly big and bulky thing, but it had a slot for the first generation of, I guess they were SD cards. And so I could not only play music on there, but I could also play videos. Trouble is, it didn't hold very much. Did not stay charged for very long. And very, very picky on the video formats. And oftentimes, I didn't have the right video format, and it was an absolute pain in the arse trying to get them converted over to a format that it would play. It's cheap, it was neat, I could watch my own videos without needing Apple's proprietary software crap. Yes. They've never gotten away from that, unfortunately. It's weird, I never heard of anyone breaking into cars for cassettes, but CDs wasn't uncommon. Yeah, that's a good point. It wasn't so much the cassettes, but yeah, CDs in particular. Then again, when cassettes were popular, you didn't have as many people breaking into cars to try and nick things. We had more of a functioning society back then.
If you really wanted to copy tapes, you'd be better off waiting until you got back home, doing it on a twin tape machine, which had things like a tape counter, which is handy, noise reduction, high-speed dubbing, it can record onto chrome and metal tapes. There's a lot of advantages to a home machine over the Sony Portable.
Yeah, we had a Sony dubbing tape deck at home for many years. In fact, it was one of Sony's best ones. I think finally what did it in was a belt snapped, and we just couldn't figure out how to. We couldn't figure out how to replace the belt. Same thing with our old Technics. Actually, no, with the Technics, we ended up replacing the belt. There was a belt drive version of the turntable. The motor had burned out, and we couldn't source a new one. I had a twin player that did radio and record. I missed that old thing, I know, right? I'd give anything to have that one back. Or my granddad's old Kenwood. He had a Kenwood tape deck that was really good.
Plus, when you're at home, you're not burning through double.
I was shocked. Well, maybe not necessarily shocked. Shouldn't be so surprised. But JVC and Kenwood are now one company. Did not know that. But a lot of the famous audio companies have kind of merged into gigantic super corporations, like so many other things. Didn't know that either. Yeah, I saw a sign for them. I think it was one of our Japan walking tour. Or maybe it was a driving tour video. It was a building that cameraman passed by, and it said JVC Kenwood on the outside. So yeah, Japan Victor Company, otherwise known as Victor, and Kenwood, together under one corporate umbrella.
AA batteries either, but you can see why Sony only ever made the one twin tape Walkman. They proved they could make it, but then they never returned back to this idea. However, while Sony only made one, yes, it turns out there is another system, a second far less well-known twin-tape personal stereo from around the same time, the RX-HD10 from Panasonic. Deck 1's play, Deck 2 is record. Just like the Sony, you can copy from one tape to another. However, this also features auto-reverse, as well as something else missing from the Sony, a radio tuner. Yeah, this is a twin-deck stereo radio cassette recorder. Something else it also does that my Sony doesn't is work on both decks. You'll notice the numbers for both of these decks are colour-coded. It's blue for 1, red for 2, and this helps the user identify which of the decks can do which functions. On the side, you can see a box drawn around the controls that are applicable to that deck. So Deck 1 just has play, as well as a button to open the door. That's a button, unfortunately, missing from my second deck on this machine.
Oh, no.
But yeah, with Deck 1, all you can do is play the tape. If you want to fast wind that tape in either direction, well, it's hard luck. On Deck 2, you can do that, as well as all the other functions that you'd expect from a regular cassette recorder. Now, the only thing that Deck 1 could do that Deck 2 can't is accommodate a radio tuner pack. A tuner pack is effectively a...
That's interesting. So it's not built in, it's just, it's like a tape adapter. I don't know if anybody remembers the, those of us that had older cars that weren't fitted with a CD player, you'd take your portable CD player, and in the headphone jack you'd plug in something similar to this. It was a cassette adapter. And you pop that into the tape deck of your car, and then you'd be able to play your CDs. It was, for its time, it was a clever bit of kit. But nowadays, I think they're able to do something similar, except fit it with, fit the tape adapter with Bluetooth. So if you've got an older car and it's still got a working tape deck, they've got tape adapters that are Bluetooth enabled, and that way you can just feed your music from your phone into your tape deck.
Cassette-shaped pocket radio, which has inputs for power and outputs for audio using metal pins. These pins correspond to connectors that are inside the cassette door. There is nothing for a playhead to connect with. There's no spindles inside the shell. It is really just a small pocket radio, one that fits.
Very proprietary, though. I know with some cassette decks, you try and put something like that in there. Number one, it's not going to fit. But number two, if it doesn't detect like spindles or something like that, it just won't. It won't work.
It's into the specific.
Yep, seemed like wizardry to me back then. Yeah, and all it is just simple electrics and working with it, basically transmuting an electric signal into a magnetic signal picked up on the magnetic head of a tape deck.
Machines that it was designed to work with. The reason that I mention this is that often people see loose tuner packs for sale on eBay. They'll send me a link suggesting I should try out this cool gadget that seems to turn any cassette player into a radio. But unfortunately, that's not how they work. Each one was designed to function with specific models that have the necessary connectors and cutouts in the case that enable the
no universal standards
that was designed to be used with it to be accommodated. You can't just put a random tuner pack from one manufacturer into a cassette deck from another. Around 1984 or so, I owned one of these Seisho personal stereos. That had an FM tuner pack, and you can see how the cassette door has cutouts in it that enable the tuner pack to be operated with the door closed. Interestingly, you can see that the Sony Dual Deck does have a cutout in one side of the door to enable access to a tuning wheel on a radio pack, and in the back you can see what look like connectors for the pins, but in this one that's just a blanked off plate. However, when the W800 was sold in Japan, there were metal connectors there, just like in the Panasonic, and that's because over in Japan, Sony offered an optional radio tuner pack, the CTP-1A, that worked with this model. But when this Walkman was sold internationally, they stripped out that functionality. I'm sure some people will wonder why manufacturers made radio packs rather than just adding the radio into the main unit. Well, at this point, an analog radio could still take up a considerable amount of space, and it was no doubt difficult to accommodate that into some of the Walkman shells. It was also...
Yeah, nowadays with modern miniaturization, it's not that much of an issue. But back then, they're still trying to figure all this out. It was only around the time of the 90s or 2000s that I think they really perfected miniaturization of a lot of these things. And we just got peak analog media. I know that for many people, the perfect VCR did not exist until a certain Sony model in the mid to late 90s. But that was also the last VCR they ever did.
No doubt cheaper and easier, of course, just to...
Same thing with radios, same thing with tape players, everything.
On a twin-tape machine, though, where one deck would be getting very little use for the majority of the time, so you might as well stick a radio pack in it. Now, because it's intended to use the headphone wire as the antenna, connecting it up this way isn't getting the best reception, but you can see it does work.
Yeah, that's the other thing is... Where's the aerial? Because unless you're in the heart of a big city with a lot of broadcast towers that are still putting out an analog signal, you might be cracking out of luck.
Now, just like the Sony, the Panasonic model was powered by 2W.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's easy to forget about the aerials. But yeah, without the aerial, no reception.
Batteries. But another thing it has in common with the Sony machine is that Dolby noise reduction only functions on playback. It's not for adding on to recordings. Recording was also restricted to using just Type 1 tape formulations. The switch to select between the different formulations, again, is just for playback only. Although it's all a bit academic with this particular machine because I don't plan on playing many tapes with it at the moment for rather obvious reasons.
Oh, that sounds dreadful. Yeah, that's... Oof. Way too much wow and flutter going on there. This... Yeah, that's going to need some extensive calibration and cleaning. Yeah, time to fix it, yeah. And that's another downside to buying a lot of retro tech like this. Is it's not just turntables that you had to account for wow and flutter. Tape decks had the same issue, which is why you would see a lot of audiophiles pushing towards higher grade prosumer types. You'd see a lot of sales of Technics decks because they had lower wow and flutter compared to just a standard Panasonic or Aiwa portable tape deck. Is also what kept Sony as the gold standard for so long because they just got it down to a science. That's also why a lot of the modern tape decks that you see out there, they really don't quite measure up, because so many of them are Chinese knockoffs of old Sony tape mechanisms that are just packaged under multiple different so-called brands, and they're all crap. You try to play a tape in those and it's going to sound like shit. Whereas you put it in an old Technics deck that has been well cared for, fresh belts and everything, it's going to sound much better. But, I don't know. Overall, cassette tapes, not the ideal format. It was just the best we had at the time. But they were not the best. Someone once described them accurately as the best format you don't remember. In other words, it's not as good as what you remember.
Yes, of course, after all these years, it needs the obligatory belt swap, as well as perhaps a bit of lubrication. Full service, really, but I think those are jobs best attempted on another day when I'm feeling a little bit more up to it. So that's it. In front of you are the only two twin-tape personal stereos ever made. One that's rare, and one that's even rarer. First off, got to apologise about the voice. I'm recovering from a cold and it's taking forever to come back. I hope I didn't disrupt your enjoyment of the video too much. Back in the day when I first saw one of these in the shop, I dismissed it as an interesting and fun novelty, but not something that I'd want for myself. Now, I had no idea back then. It was only in recent years I found out that Panasonic had done the same thing. Now, just because you can make this product doesn't mean you should. I think both companies probably learned from that, because neither of them iterated on it. They just brought out the one, it probably didn't sell very well, and that was the end of that. Now, in recent years, when I see these things popping up on social media, they've been framed a little bit as the thing that the coolest kid in class would have had back in the 80s. You would have been like the king of the school if you'd had one of these. Nah, it wasn't like that at all. Honestly, most people would have wanted a small, slim one with lots of features on it. There will have been some people that would have liked the idea of these, but I mean, it's a very, very small percentage of people that needed to do tape-to-tape recordings on the go. And even those people, you're not doing that all the time. Most of the time you just want to take around a personal stereo to listen to one cassette, and then you're carrying around an empty cassette well with you as well, in a big chunky box. So yeah, I'm not dismissing them though, because the thing is, the products of the past, the ones that didn't sell, the ones that were a bit of a weird idea, that's what this channel's about. I like looking at things like that, because most people haven't seen them. I certainly haven't seen the Panasonic version of this, just to
They are a rare find or a deep cut. It's interesting that we have them in their physical form, and not just, you know, some sort of oddity in a preserved catalogue from somewhere. Too expensive, unfortunately. Yeah, some of these, they're too expensive, and it just didn't appeal to a broad enough market. I mean, like Matt here is saying, it's more than likely you would have wanted something a lot slimmer, and just, you know, something to listen to a single tape, and maybe have a radio built in. But emphasis on something you could fit in your pocket.
A year or so ago, and so I saw it on eBay, and I've had a bit of a search online, and collectors are quite fond of these devices as collectibles. But yeah, back in the 80s, wasn't really the thing that most people wanted. To me, they're a bit like a stretch limo with a hot tub in the back. Yeah, it'll attract your attention, but you wouldn't really want it as your daily driver. Anyway, that's it for the moment.
Save it for the special occasions.
Thanks for watching.
A stretch limo with a hot tub in the back. I mean, that just sounds like something you make too sharp of a turn and you slosh all the water out. This one's a bit older, about a year old. Very good content. If you don't follow Techmoan, please Give him a follow. It's so good. Because he finds all sorts of oddities like this. And you can see here, he's got a house just full of them. It's, you know, old reel-to-reel tape decks. I think this right here is supposed to be a, I think that's a standard tape deck, or maybe it's a digital audio tape. Graphic equalizers. He's big on graphic equalizers. Looks like either a 4-track or 8-track stereo down there. He gets really autistic about all this, and it is just so lovable. Water slushing everywhere, every red light. Yes. Anyway, there's the link in chat for everyone. Been a while since I've seen stuff like that. He's even found some like rare boom boxes like this one here that is radio, cassette player, and it is a vertical turntable, linear tracking turntable. It's a sharp boombox. This thing weighs a ton, but it is so cool that they managed to cram all of that into a boombox. That is so cool. Logomin Shotogal. Oh, yeah. And then there's this one. This carousel cassette changer. It could hold 20 cassettes. And you just set them up and it just goes one after another. Or you can program a certain sequence for them to play. I think it's also got auto reverse, so it'll play both sides of the tape, or you can just have it play one side and switch over to another cassette. But yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. And I think, chat, on that note, we've been at it for about 5.5 hours. Let me see who we've got. Got a few people that we can raid on Kick and also on Twitch. Just refresh Twitch here real quick. Let me see who's on Twitch here. We've got Renitia playing Homeworld Remastered Collection. She is a colleague and working under Leaflet. See, Tiff is playing Once Human. Rebecca Pam playing Dispatch. Riz with Escape from Tarkov. Take a look here at a few other things. Okay, so here's what we're going to do, chat. Momo Oko is currently streaming over on Kick.
Mizu gets women on.
So let's go ahead and set up hosting for that one. Hopefully she allows hosting. There we go. All right. Kick chat. Take care, everybody. We will see you later.
But the benefit to Kettle
There we
is
go.
it
That worked.
shoots as fast as you pull the trigger.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that worked out. That's brilliant. And yeah, you know what? She's online on Twitch, so let's go ahead and raid Mama Oko on we'll go ahead and raid her on Twitch as well. And then YouTube chat, we'll go ahead and just say goodnight to all of you. But yeah, I will see all of you when I see you next. Most likely sometime this next week over the Thanksgiving holiday. Everyone be safe out there. Be well. I'm Lord Rexworth, wishing you all the best, and God bless.